Yes, yes, actually, that's true. That's true. 1, 3, 4, 5. We are actually 25. No, no, we are 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 31, isn't it?
Very cool. I think it's a minute after 11, so we can officially start. There was a discussion about sharing the meeting, and the proposal we would like to come as a board is that the meeting will be chaired by myself, Octavia, and Katla, uh, distributed equally according to the sessions. Uh, is there anyone who would be willing to object this proposal and provide some alternative?
Please, can you repeat the question?
I would like to propose from the board that the meeting will be chaired by myself, Katla, and Octavia, distributed accordingly for different sessions. The question is whether there is anyone who would be willing to object this arrangement. Okay, I see no objections, so I consider that to be approved. Secondly, there are a lot of people who are actually willing to help us with organizing of the meeting. Namely, as a secretary, Alessandro was named with the assistance of Olga from Icelandic Pirates. Then there was Veronika from Czech Pirates acting as a secretary, Julius from Icelandic Pirates. There were also in the Orga team Exile, Mia, Flori, to help them with the other issues, and Katla, of course. Katla with Octavia and myself, who are being chaired. Is there anyone against this willing to oppose this team as people being responsible for taking minutes, streams, and providing information about the social media? Speaking about the social media, I have to admit that we gladly accept the support from Young Pirates of Europe, as well as from Olivia, who is supportive to us from the US. I see no objections, so I will take the composition of Orga team to be approved. And we thank very much to all the volunteers who are willing to help us with organizing of this meeting. I hope it will run fast and smoothly. Speaking about the rules of this meeting, I would like to propose that we will limit each and every contribution to 2 minutes, no more, and the replies in the discussion to 1 minute. Other delegates fine with this rule for keeping the discussion short and more efficient? Please, if not, raise the objections.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, the proposed rule is that for the contributions in the discussion, there should be 2 minutes time limit, and for subsequent replies to that respective contribution, there should be 1 minute limit.
Yeah, okay, sounds good.
Good. Okay, I see no objections, so I consider this rule to be consensually approved. And one more last thing about the votes. We have discussed the way how the votes are being cast, and we would like to propose that the votes will be casted in a chat to the chairperson of the respective session, who will later on publish them all together at the same point to avoid technical voting during the votes. Is there anyone who would be willing to oppose this arrangement? I see no objection, so I will consider that to be approved as well.
So, Nicolas,
Yeah.
sorry. Just because I'm secretarying the meeting, I want to be clear that I understood correctly. So, after each vote, when a vote is declared starting, you will the chair will start the vote, and the chair will receive from all the members with the proper right of votes a message, right?
Yes.
Okay, then how the secretary can publish the vote?
It is supposed to be published by the chair, or that was the proposal. However, we can also task the secretary to do so.
I propose that after the chair collecting all votes, he declared the vote just closed, and then the secretary can one by the chair publicly to just give the vote and record it in the minutes. Is it comfortable for you?
From my point of view, yes, absolutely. The idea was that the chair will be recording these messages together into a pad and then send the pad to secretary.
Okay, it's still fine. Okay.
And the delegates were supposed to provide their or to check their votes subsequently after the meeting.
Okay, it's still
after the respective vote when it is published.
It's up to. I mean, it's still fine for me. No worries.
Yep. So there is a question from Desatold in the Jitsi whether it should be direct message on the Mattermost. Yes, that was the intention.
So it will be a direct message to the chair from delegates to chair in Mattermost, correct?
Yes. Okay, I see no objection, so I consider that rule to be approved. Are there any more requests regarding rules for this meeting? Anyone willing to propose anything?
Nicholas?
Yep.
I would just like to remind people of a code of conduct, which entails just general respect to people's needs and feelings during the meeting. I can link in the chat the code of conduct that the Code of Conduct Council uses as their guidelines.
Yes, as mentioned previously, the respective parts of Code of Conduct regarding Code of Conduct Councils become our statutes during the last meeting, or part of our statutes during the last meetings. So it shall be respected, and we should keep respect and for each other during this meeting.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Are we going to use the raise hands feature in Jitsi or not?
It's a preferred solution. However, I have to admit that at least my screen does not allow me to see all the delegates all the time. So if you want to, let's say, ask for the word and I'm not seeing you or any other chairperson, please ask for the word in the Mattermost chat, so that, or in another chat. So back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I hope the rules are set up so we can slowly go to the next points. In the proposed agenda, what was proposed in 11:15, there are that's an important issue. There is a proposed agenda currently from the board. You can find the respective you can find the respective link now in the Jitsi chat, and I will send it to the council meeting chat in the Mattermost as well. This is the proposal as it stays from the board. However, it's open to discussion, and should you be willing to amend it, please raise your proposals now, or come with an alternative, of course. Welcome, Jack Sparrow, and please name yourself. I would like to add as a proposal to the agenda that we strike out the respective session invited guests, because this session was intended to invite some guests. However, so far I know there is no there are no guests being announced. So I suggest that we strike this respective point and go immediately to the reports from the board and questions and answers. Okay, I see a request for Thomas Gaul to find out who is officially liable to vote. So far, I know this was resolved by the secretary at the beginning of meeting, which means namely by Alessandro. Is it so, Alessandro?
Yes, it is in our wiki page. We have the list of members and members who are allowed to vote according to our status, and also about how many votes each member has currently. You can find it in the wiki page I mentioned at the very beginning of the. Sorry, I'm just gonna look where it is. It's council meeting membership update. No, sorry, I just made a mistake. Yes, delegates. That's it. Exactly. I updated yesterday, and of course, if anybody of you as international delegates find some errors, please notice. I update both the note about fees, as far as I received the last invoice from the Norwegians, because unfortunately the the last membership fee was already paid by them, but unfortunately it's not still in our transparent bank account as a movement, because due to the problems that actually their Norwegian bank has with international wire transfer, it can take up to 5 days. But I got in the official treasurer email the receipt from them, and everything is set up. So we have the list of the members in the first column, the votes in the second one, delegates in third, and the note about fees. So we are why they are allowed or not to vote. Maybe, but this is another question, is what we should do with unfortunately all the members that has two unpaid for the second year. The 2020 fees was not paid. I'm talking about Pirate Party of Poland, Pirate Party of Estonia, Pirate Party of Spain, and that's it. These are actually the only three situations we have to decide what to do, because according to our statutes, it seems that they as considered to be not anymore member, but I mean I think that this is another point.
To clarify, with our statutes, if I'm not mistaken, the members are supposed to pay their respective fees during the year, which means before 31st of December. So far, if I understand it correctly, those member parties have more than months to finish their obligation. So there is no need to have a decision about them. However, so far, we should have that discussed in some of the later sessions, maybe during the motions. Okay, is there any more proposal regarding the agenda, if I may ask? Because if not, I would like to put the agenda to the voting. So first of all, I would like to ask for a vote. If you can do, let's say, public vote in this case for the proposal to strike out the guest session. Is there any pirate party willing to object striking out the guest session? Because if not, I would take this amendment as consensually approved. I see no objection, so I take the amendment as consensually approved. Is there anyone who would be objecting the agenda as it is proposed, including the amendment to strike out invited guest session? I see no objection, so I consider the agenda as amended to be adopted. And I would like to go to the very first session, which are the reports from the board. And as I'm supposed to provide the report, I would like to ask Katla to take over the chairing for the time of my report. Katla, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Very much. I hope you can see on my screen the respective slides.
Yes, but they are turned mirrored.
That's a bit unintentional. Maybe it would be Chinese party. It would make sense. Does it make sense?
Now perfect.
Now
Yes.
perfect. Okay, great. Great. Now it is the same way how I see it. Okay, good. Thank you very much for keeping up to here. I will try to be short and describe the situation as it is, or maybe what changed since the last council meeting in the May. Let's just start with a brief overview of where we are, where we stay, what are the pirate parties we are representing. Here is the map. For you to understand, the green color was chosen to mark the pirate parties who are currently being represented in some parliament, either national or European. So that means that they are eligible to be counted in case of we would want to register our organization. Namely, it's Czech Pirate Party, German Pirate Party, and Luxembourgish Pirate Party. For the Icelandic Pirate Party, it would be relevant should Iceland join the EU. The yellow color marks all the other member parties who are, or the regular members who are paying their fees. And the brown color was chosen for the for the full members who have not paid their member fees for the 2 consecutive years, 2020 and 2021. I'm not pointing out in order to shame anyone. I feel that important to point it out because I know that those pirate parties can have significant problems and should deserve support from the other members. Last one is the pink one. That's Pirate Party of Belgium currently, which become the observer member. So that is so it is marked in a different color. So far, we have lost no member, and during this year we have admitted we have lost no member, and during this year we have admitted Pirate Party of Slovakia, who is now full regular member paying its fees. Regarding the other issues, board has taken notice of Pirate Party of UK being dissolved. Pirate Party of UK was not to the time a member of European Pirate Party. However, we observed their dissolution with great sadness. Still, there are people who preserved the respective possession of the party, including domains and stuff like that. I would like to thank at this point to Octavia for supervising that process and for staying in touch with them. Apart of that, there are some groups in other countries who are willing to cooperate with pirates. We have been contacted by some group from Lebanon. We are in contact with a group from Romania, and we have received some personal requests to work together from maybe Hungary or Ireland. At this point, it is important to stress out that the upcoming year 2021 will be important as some of our members are going to the elections. Namely, these are Catalonia, France, Finland, Czechia, Germany, and Italy. It is especially important to stress out Catalonian and French election because should that election be successful for pirates, we would get more members that would simplify the process of formal registration of the party. hence, I would like to invite the members to think about how to support each other and promote pirate movement in order to really reach common goals. Besides that, Czechia and Germany are going to the parliamentary election. At that point, I cannot promise you a big success. However, at least in Czechia, there is some chance, I would say, not bigger than 20%, that we could reach the point we would be able to enter the government and participate. At that point, for some reason, Iceland is not mentioned. Iceland is going to participate in the election as well. Sorry for not mentioning that. I've prepared the slides yesterday. It was quite late. So Iceland is one of the countries that are heading to parliamentary election, and I hope Icelandic pirates will be able to succeed. And there is also a relatively good chance that Icelandic pirates will be able to join the government in that country. So far, there is an overview of finances from the organization. Alessandro will later on talk about it more precisely when we will be discussing the budget. However, we have currently some 14,000 euro in our transparent account at FioBanka, which includes a bit more than 500 fees that from the members that are prepaid. As the last council meeting decided, the member fee is currently 50 euro per vote. It means like it is, as you know from our statutes, it is multiplied by the number of votes. Following the respective links on our page, you can check these numbers directly on the page of the bank without including the balance online. The expected annual income, including the contribution from the parties that are currently not paying, those who are marked brown, is 1,200 euro per year, based on the number of votes they currently have, and of course the respective fee. It shall be noted that the number of votes in the council can change, especially with respect to the election. So far, we have, let's say, two main expenses that are, or one main expenses, and that are the server costs. We are paying the costs for the server we are using for Mattermost and also for Matamor. We'll be talking later on. While there is the native server that is being used for our emails, mailing list, and web page. The cost of the donation is roughly 1,200 euro per year, and is being donated by an NGO, James Zelps. At this point, I would really like to thank for this donation. We are very grateful for having this support without having the obligation to pay it from our own pocket, because that would be an additional important expenses. I would also like to personally thank to Alessandro, our treasurer, for a great job at this point, because we have mostly managed to convince all the members to pay their fees or to clarify that there is a really big issue to do so. So this was an important administrative job, and I'm happy we have succeeded to have our money on our account. Speaking about the status of the organization, our communication channels shall be mentioned. So we are still currently using this page in the on the domain European-pirateparty.eu, and this web page is being referred by our social media, namely Facebook and Twitter. Besides of that, we have started collaboration with Young Pirates of Europe, sharing the content and notification about about the status. So we are trying to coordinate this effort. And the coordination also touches the MEP's social media accounts and the MEP's outcomes, where you can see the numbers. I'm not going to read it. What shall be noted at that point is that we have encountered particular rise in the number of followers on all of the channels, effectively. However, in the channels of Pirate Party itself, I mean the Facebook and Twitter, the rise is in terms of percent since the last council meeting, while in the MEP's account generally it goes from let's say 10 to 30%. At that point, I think it shall be noticed later on, but we will definitely have to strengthen our social media team and our PR presence because we obviously can do better. However, we need to do better. The internal systems of the association shall be mentioned as well. So, as mentioned, we are using Mattermost that is currently being used for the organization. Since the May, we have had a significant increase of Mattermost users, so we went from 160 to about 270. So we are definitely more successful when interconnecting pirate movement within Europe. Some 80 users are using the Mattermost on the daily basis. So I believe this is the way, or that this is the way how we have successfully achieved the goal that was decided by the last year council meeting in Milan to establish a common communication channel that would interconnect the pirates in Europe. So if you have the opportunity, please invite the other users because the other members, because it allows us to discuss policies more directly without the mailing list. Besides of that, we are operating this ISP config that is being operated thanks to James Zelps, and we are grateful for that because that removes the burden with the administration. There is currently mail server being run as well as the site hosting for the WordPress. At that point, should be noticed that the system allows to host more web pages. So should any pirate party or other organization be asking for or in need of hosting, it is possible to use that one. We are using the mailing list as you are probably acknowledged to. So please, if anyone is not subscribed to the PPEU list at PPEU list.europeanpirateparty.eu, please do so because all the important stuff is being distributed via this mailing list. Please do so. We have set up a Mattermost system to measure the web traffic, but so far it is not being interconnected with the other pages. We are using GitLab together with the MEP delegation in the European Parliament that is running that and can be used for sharing of the code or issue tracking and so on. And of course, last but not least, we have our old wiki that is on the pages you all know and which shows the agenda of this meeting. Regarding the wiki, I would like to ask you, we have persistent problems to keep the wiki up to date. Somehow we very much rely on the support of volunteers. So if there is an opportunity for you to, or when you spot a problem with wiki being inconsistent, please help us to make it consistent and up to date all the time. Regarding this achievement we have done, so far the Code of Conduct Council launched its work. We have had the very first round of elected. There will be later discussion about its work and further members during this meeting.
Mikuláš,
So, yep.
can you zoom out a little bit your slides? They come super pixelated, and the left side of the text is completely missing. So it's hard to read actually for the whole slide, but you don't answer to the chat.
I see. I'm sorry, I have not seen that on my picture. That's or on my screen. That's a bit troublesome. I'm wondering how to do that. An opportunity to share the screen.
Maybe you can try reducing the zoom in the presentation. It should work.
Or
If I share the screen like that, does it help?
So it's better. It's better on YouTube for following this now.
Much better. Now it's sharp and the whole page.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Maybe you can go back a couple of slides so we can see what it was actually about.
Okay, then sorry for that. I have not seen the notification. That's the problem when you are showing slides and do not see the same on the agenda. Do not see your faces. So I come back. So this is the map. And I hope it was to be seen. Green are Czechia, Germany, Luxembourg, Iceland. Brown are Poland, Estonia, Spain. Pink is Belgium. Yellow are all the others who are present. The upcoming elections: Catalonia, France, Finland, Czechia, Germany, Italy, and Iceland, which I forgot to type down here. Sorry for that. The finances, as mentioned previously, it's on the FioBank account, so you can check the balance of how much money the organization has effectively anytime. Just follow the link, please, and that will provide you the right info. Then the server costs, 390, which are being paid for 2020, plus we have prepaid 970 for 2021. So we have prepared Mattermost for the next year. And there is also donated 1,200 from the themselves. The social media overview, so I will read it. There is some 6,600 fans on Facebook, 11,200 on Twitter, roughly 70 fans on YouTube so far. Then there are numbers for Young Pirates of Europe, 1,400 on both Facebook and Twitter, plus 270 on Instagram, and then there are some numbers for the MEPs. So keep this opportunity for you to see it, or if you want to, please do print screens. If you need notes, it's pretty fine. Slides can be shared if needed. The internal systems, as previously mentioned, Mattermost, ISP config, mailing lists, Mattermost, GitLab, and Wiki. So regarding the achievements, currently we have set up a code of conduct council. The ECI initiative knowledge sharing is ready for medialization. I mean, like if I understand it correctly, there were some hurdles when organizing that. So far, we are expecting to get the content that should be shared on the media within, correct me if I'm wrong, 2 weeks or something like that. As soon as it happens, we will provide our best support, or the next board will provide the best support to get it spread using our communication channels, namely the social media, if possible, also using some access to traditional media. However, so far we have no specific access to traditional media on a regular basis. The communication channel, as requested by the last council meeting, was set up, and we have currently steady activity on the social media. Somehow maybe 1 post per day, that would be the average. However, what is definitely more needed to, let's say, optimize this activity, because so far it is kind of like just the news feed about what's going on, namely in the mainly in the European Parliament. We definitely need more content from our members, and we definitely should stay for better organization of this content, how it is being published. So some of the to-dos that are up to the next board, we definitely need to strengthen our presence in the social media, and we need to do it more coordinated. So at that point, please think about it, especially in the context of the upcoming election. If you would like to coordinate, if you would like to get involved, I think it would be a big contribution to the overall performance of the organization, should you be willing to work with the social media. We, of course, appreciate all the help of the volunteers that are not being members of the board, but still are willing to work with us and help us in this effort. We have prepared a status update to expand the opportunity to become observer member in this in the association. So that should allow us to seek and get more partners in order to register the party. I hope the statute change will pass. We will see it later on during the motion session. We need to deploy the ECI initiative, but this is not fully in the hand of PPEU. It is more in the hands of the volunteers. But as soon as it is provided, we will share the content. There was an issue raised during the last council meeting to ensure GDPR compliance. This is something we are working. We have been discussing how to do it in exact terms, and we were negotiating about to receive a formal offer from some of companies that are professional in the respective field. So far, we face one big problem, and that's the fact that systems of both PPEU and its members are not really interconnected, not working together. So quite often we face the situation that there are cloud storages containing data which are not accessible for members from the other parties. And we cannot really easily share the data among ourselves. So we really should start thinking about like how to improve the infrastructure and interconnect our systems. That will require a lot of technical help and also some discussions about the personal data, which is more or less what is written here as to do. So far from me. I hope I have not exhausted you completely, and I'm here for your questions you could or would have.
Yeah, so the floor is open for questions. Write down the order of questions.
So, I guess raising hand but doesn't really work.
Gregory,
Thank you.
please show patience while, but I see your hand, okay? Just give me 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Gregory, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question about this hosting of systems and specifically, Katla, can you please mute your mic if you are not speaking correctly? Because
sorry, I thought I
background
had
noise.
my apologies.
Thank you. So, Nicholas, this GitLab installation that you're running in as external system, what is it for? And if it also said something about if I open the page, it says it's a login web page, and you could also log in with Kcloak login, but there's no register button. And there's apparently also Kcloak is one identity solution, open source for Pirate Party Europe. Could you tell also about that? What is it for? What is the purpose of that system?
Yep. The system works that way that PPEU provides a domain to the delegation of members of pirates in the European Parliament. So the server, it is currently being run by the members and being paid by the members. So far, the purpose of that system is to provide a space to share a code among, let's say, the members of the European Parliament and the member parties who would be willing to contribute as volunteers. So far, we have not really, and now I'm speaking on behalf of the members, we have not really, of the Parliament, succeed to bring too many people to contribute to our software projects. However, this is something we would like to resolve in future. The Kcloak you see there is actually a Kcloak that is being run by members of the European Parliament in order to have authentication for further system, namely their Nextcloud and this GitLab as well. It should simplify the process. However, should we be successful in this interconnecting of the systems, I believe we could find a way how to connect other, let's say, member parties to systems like that. So we could all use Kcloaks to log there. Because so far, some of the parties, namely, for example, Czech Pirate Party, are using Kcloaks or other tools for a single sign-on request to log into their technical systems. However, those opportunities are not like shared. I mean, like if you are logged into the system of Czech Pirate Party, you cannot easily log into the system of MEPs or German Pirate Party or whatsoever. We need to overcome this hurdle and then let's say share these resources together. That will be one of the goals we have in front of us, and that's definitely something which currently restricts usage of the GitLab unintentionally. But definitely we should find a way how to provide registration even to people who are not identified by any of these single sign-on systems.
Thank you, Nicholas. Artis has a question.
Are you allowed a follow-up question, Madam Chair?
Yes, a follow-up question is all right, but make it quick. Thank you.
So, Miklos, I would like to alert you that the Pirate Party of Germany have rolled out a system called Piratenlogin, which is also based on the same solution, which is also using Kcloak in the background and two-factor authentication that we're using for authenticating to our forum. So maybe there's a way to connect that, and we also track in that system if somebody is a full member, a paying member, membership status, so we can distinguish between the general public and the members of the Pirate Party.
So more of a comment than a question. That's okay. Nicholas, is there a need to reply to this one?
Just shortly, that was exactly my intention to interconnect this Pirate login, Pirátska Identita in Czechia, and all the other parties, plus those parties who have not such a system shall be helped to set up one.
Great, thank you. Now, Artis, go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you so much. I just have a question as regards the Code of Conduct Council. I'm curious to know what are the possible recommendations and decisions that the council can make. I couldn't make that out of the notes or the rules. So I'm just wondering, like, what is the authority of the council? If somebody could clarify that a little bit.
Nicholas, do you want to take this one or give someone else the opportunity?
I may answer probably only in the way that there were decisions being approved in the last council meeting, which are describing that. When talking about the practical recommendations, I believe it would be quite like useful for the code of conduct to have a discussion or deeper discussion about its powers, because I understand that currently, as we are in the process of setting it up, the process and or the powers and the competences of the Code of Conduct Council are maybe a bit unclear, and there should be clear mandate to resolve the issues. I believe we will have later on in the agenda that it is planned a discussion about Code of Conduct Council. It is currently being proposed or approved to be on Sunday afternoon. So I believe we will later on more elaborate on this question.
Thank you, Nicholas. Any other questions? Am I missing anyone? We should then move ahead. Will you take over as chair again, Nicholas?
I will take over as chair. Are there any other members of the board who would be willing to provide their reports? I see no specific requests. So for the time being, it means that we have finished, let's say, the morning session, and there is supposed to be lunch break until 13:30, and then we will follow with new members admission.
Sorry, Mikuláš.
Yep.
Sorry, maybe Katla would like to speak first.
Katla, please.
I only want to suggest that because it's so early still, that we start with new members.
I think that's pretty fair and possible, and it will definitely spare some time to us. Which means there is a proposal to change the agenda as it was proposed or approved. I would like to ask you, do you agree to start the new members' admission immediately now? I'm raising the question. Is there anyone objecting this idea?
Yes, I'm objecting. I'm from Italy.
Okay, so I see an objection, which means that we will need a vote. Alessandro, are we ready to organize a vote?
Yes, just a question, Mikuláš. I just received the messages from Pirate Party of Sweden that missed the invitation, so they are now appointing 2 delegates. I'm trying to update the minute and to take note of this, and also the general wiki. And so because Pirate Party of Sweden actually is currently allowed to vote, and I just invite them to here in Jitsi. I don't know if Matthias is already joined us.
I'm here.
Are you there, Matthias?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so Matthias Runsson is one of them, and for the records, I would like to know that starting from now, also the Pirate Party of Sweden joined the meeting. That's it.
Okay, thank you for that. I see hand risen from Katla. Please speak.
I am wondering if we should take a 5-minute break while Alessandro sets up the vote and finishes those changes that he was talking about.
Okay. Let's do following. Let's have 5-minute breaks. Then we will have a vote to change the agenda about like whether we want to discuss admission of new members now and so 5-minute breaks until 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Okay, I see 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed. Alessandro, are you ready to take the notes about the vote?
Yes. Actually, I just updated the page in the wiki, so we have now the 2 delegates from Pirate Party of Sweden.
That's great. Thank you. I have a question towards the assembly. Would you mind if this particular vote would be casted directly to the Mattermost channel of council meeting instead of me transferring the votes there for the sake of like saving our time? Is it fine for you, this procedure, that we will not stick to the original rule that was adopted at the beginning for the parallel votes? Hand raising from Andis, please.
Yes, sorry, but could you please clarify again what we are about to vote on?
Yep, we are going to vote on change of the agenda, whether the session afternoon regarding new members admission shall be started immediately now. So we are voting on the change of the agenda. That's why I'm asking whether we should keep, let's say, the original procedure that was intended for the purpose of decision making in the personal votes or personal election.
Thank you.
Okay. So I see no objection. So for the sake of simplicity, I would like to ask you to cast your votes directly to the Mattermost Channel 7's council meeting. You should all be present to. So please.
Just before doing so, sorry, Mikuláš.
Yeah.
We are talking about the channel meeting. If anybody of you is not there, please raise your hand. Thank you.
So the question is, shall we start immediately the afternoon session regarding new members admission? Please cast their yes, no, or abstain into the Mattermost Channel 7's council meeting. And when you are having more votes, please include number of votes you are having. Okay, is there anyone who had not yet casted the vote and is willing to cast the vote?
Sorry, Mikuláš, there is some confusion regarding where to cast the votes.
It's Mattermost Channel 7's council meeting. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 delegates casting their votes over there.
Does the Icelandic delegates have access to this channel, Artis?
Sorry, who?
I'm wondering
Yes,
if Artis...
I do, and I already cast a vote for. I put 4, which is Iceland and Norway at the same time. I hope that's okay. I hope that's clear.
Yeah, yes, Anders, please, when you are doing so, separate which votes are coming from Iceland and which from Norway when you are representing both.
Okay, I'll delete it and do it again. Thank you.
That's fine. It's just for the sake of sake for the record. I mean, like in case of or of them being in favor, I think it is fine. Maybe a bit more complicated should you have, let's say, more split vote. Alessandro, may I ask how many people are we expecting to cast votes?
Yes, just a second. Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
10.
Yeah, 11 because we have now also Sweden.
Okay, I believe all the people who are entitled to vote already voted.
Yeah, actually 10 because actually no, yes, you're right. 10 because Norway is just delegates Iceland.
Yep, I believe we have just tested our capacity to vote. So far, I see from the results there is a clear majority for yes, except for 2 votes for no. So I would consider for now the motion to be approved. So we are changing the agenda. Please correct the exact numbers into the minutes, and I would like to go directly to the next point, which is the admission of the new members. So far, we have 1 single application for observer membership that is from the organization Pirati, which you can find on the web page pirati.io. I will send you the respective link to the council chat in the Mattermost and to the Jitsi chat, and I would like to ask the representative of Pirati to join us, or like to present the organization and the application.
Hi, I'm Marco, and today I will present the Pirati Association from pirati.io. I prepared a presentation that I hope to be able to share. Let's see if... can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So basically...
Please, can you send it to me, please?
The presentation...
In private message, please, for streaming it, because people who are watching the YouTube streaming are not seeing that. And I'm trying to do my best for setting that, but I'm not the moderator of the channel. So thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, I will try to send you the presentation as a private message.
Until Marco is looking for his presentation, I just ask you if you have some presentation to do in this meeting, to send it to me as a private message on Mattermost, please, before doing your presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I sent it to
yes,
you.
I see.
Okay. Okay, I hope it's visible. So, Florie, tell me when to start, and I will start.
Florie, can we start?
I'm doing my best, but if you stop me, I can't do the job. So just please let me finish what I'm doing, please.
No. Sorry for that. Please do.
Guys, would it be possible to make Florie into the moderator for the Jitsi session? That would make her job a bit easier.
I will try to do so.
In the meantime, I would like to thank you all for your incredible patience and to be so. I mean, you're so for being pirates. You're standing so nicely. I can remember from May, from the last council meeting we did in May. Probably also because this Jitsi instance is absolutely great, and I would like to thank you all for participating in this way. Thank you. May I ask, Chair, to Marco, while Florie is doing his job, to speak? Maybe the presentation could come a bit later, so we are not having,
Okay. Yeah, I can begin. So basically, Pirati and its site, pirati.io.
Yes, it's okay for me, and then it's now online.
Okay.
Thank you, Florie, and you were granted moderator rights, so use it wisely.
So Pirati is an association, a small association that is. Yeah.
If you're gonna show us the slides, you still need to share them again because we don't see them unless we go to YouTube.
All right. Okay. Oh, so we are here now. So the title of this presentation is Pirati.io, Pirates Finding Pirates. Pirati.io is a small association that is meant to work as a hub. So it's not meant to be a big association. It's meant to be an agile association. We have a quote on our side. Pirati.io was born to promote the political, civic, cultural activities of all individuals and associations that recognize themselves in the objectives and principles of the Pirates International movement. So this can mean a lot of things, but mainly for us, we can start with what is actually Pirati.io. So we can consider it a hub for persons and organizations that feel to be part of the pirate movement, even if they are not parties, but that work on the same ground as the pirates do. It can be considered also the missing link between many associations and persons that actually work on pirate ground, even if they don't know that, because there are a lot of people that doesn't know about what pirates are, at least in Italy. And it's also can be considered a base for operations of political hacking, so that, how can we say, operations that are meant to bring attention to specific problems. But then why is there Pirati.io? Why did we feel that there was something missing? Well, that comes a lot from the political background in Italy. If we consider the last year, the Istat, which is the national agency for polls, found that 14% of the Italian citizens older than 14 years old granted 6 or more to political parties in a confidence scale between 0 and 10, which is basically the scale in which the school assignments are evaluated. So basically, only 14% of Italians aged 14 or more found political parties to be sufficient. And on another view, the average confidence in political parties is 2.7, which basically 2 is the vote that you would get in school if you just brought back a white paper. So in this landscape, what do we want to do? What do we need to do? Actually, we need to reach people that is disenchanted because they were basically betrayed by the traditional politics, and so they don't know about pirate politics, and could be prevented just to find a party. But we need to let them understand that there is another way of doing politics. But it's not like this disenchantment in Italy didn't make people, how can I say, just stay down and sitting down and doing nothing. Actually, the citizens created many associations that work on specific themes. There are a lot of them in Italy that work on many different things, and mostly to overcome, how can I say, the problems that institutions and traditional politics do. And a lot of these associations actually could work with us. There are associations that work in agriculture, like, for example, that try to save seeds, or that basically try to save varieties of plants that risk to be erased, or that have problems with some patent policies. there are associations that work on civil rights, there are Fab Labs, there are software or operating system user groups, and there are also associations that work on many other teams that are connected to our stance on the copyrights and patents, and many more, and more that maybe don't even know about yet. And of course, there are also individuals that work on specific teams and that could be advantaged to join this kind of network. So basically, what we want to be is a hub. And what we think, in conclusion, is that we are asking for this observer membership because that could help us to reach this goal of connecting realities. And it could also bring an added value for the pirate movement, who can find to the ground for being connected to associations and persons that in Italy have many goals in common with us, but don't know yet. Okay, that was all I would say. That was my presentation. So basically, in conclusion, we ask to be admitted as observer members of the European Pirate Party.
Thank you, Marco, for your kind presentation. I would like to give a floor now to the members of the council to give them opportunity to raise their questions and get all the information they need for really data-driven based decision about your application. So are there any hands risen? I see a hand risen from Jionk from Dutch Pirates. Anyone else? Not yet so far. So please do speak.
Yeah, hi. I'm not trying to criticize anything because I think anyone who starts something new should be encouraged. But the only thing that has me a little bit worried is that how do you see your role, let's just say, next to Pirate Parties International?
Our role is basically to be, since we strive to be a hub, actually, basically you are asking me if Pirate Parties International as the organization, you mean?
Yes.
We would like to be a member of both organizations, observer member of both the European Pirate Party and Pirate Parties International, because there are actually, what we want to do is to connect these realities, both on the European but also on the global level. So probably there are many associations that could need to connect to other realities and to the pirate movement, and we would like to provide a sort of to help them doing that, because I can tell you in Italy the pirate movement isn't known very well, and I think it is a shame because there is so much that the pirate movement can do in 1,000 different fields. So actually, yeah, to answer directly your question, actually, we support both European Pirate Parties and Pirate Parties International, and we want to make sure that people knows about both these organizations and know what they do and know what potential both the European movement and the international movement have.
Thank for the answer. I see a hand risen from Peric from a French Pirate Party. Please do speak.
Yes, hi. I wanted to ask you general question. Just trying to clarify what is the difference in the relationship between Pirati and the existing official Italian Pirate Party?
Well, to put it simple, Pirati.io is not a pirate party. I am a member of the Italian Pirate Party, but actually Pirati.io is meant to reach points in which a traditional pirate party or even an Italian pirate party could have difficulties to arrive. Because I can tell you there are a lot of associations that have such mistrust in parties that just by hearing party will just close the door without even listening. And actually, that's a shame, especially because the pirate politics were born to overcome, how can I say, the problems of of the traditional politics. So actually, we work on an independent field. It's not a competition. It's not like we are competing for votes or anything, because we are not a political party, and we don't want to be a political party. We want to be a hub.
Are you in direct relation with the party? Are you working together and cooperating on some issues, or are you a fully independent organization?
We are a fully independent organization. Some of us, like I am a member of the Italian Pirate Party. I am not the only one, but basically we are independent. It's not how can I say? It's not an offspring of the Italian Pirate Party. It can be considered as an offspring of Italian pirates.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you for the answer as well. I have one technical comment. My deepest apology to Pirate Party of Slovakia, because I've noticed that Slovak delegate was not in the respective channel for council meeting in Mattermost, and hence was not able to cast the vote. So I hope it is corrected now, and we do not need to reopen or dispute the respective vote. However, my sincerest apology for that mistake. And again, if there is anyone who is supposed to vote, please, and is not present in the channel 7th council meeting in Mattermost, please join there or ask someone from the organization team to get you into.
So sorry, Mikuláš, I missed this one because I was just who was missing, because I asked them, maybe I forgot to add it.
It was Michal from Pirate Party of Slovakia. I just added him there.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, it's my fault, not yours, of course.
I think the issue is always shared, and we are here to make the organization happy, running smoothly. Thank you very much. Are there any more questions regarding the membership application? I believe it's not the case, so we can go to the vote. Is there anyone who would be requesting to do the vote in the way like votes known only to the share and disclosed at the end of the voting? Or is it fine if we just cast the votes directly to the Mattermost channel 7th council meeting? I would prefer the latter because it is faster from the time point of view. However, if there is anyone requesting, okay, so no one is obviously requesting hiddening the ballots, which means so the question as it stays is: are you in favor of admitting organization Pirati as an observer member of European Pirate Party, please do cast yes, no, or abstain votes to the 7 council meeting channel in the Mattermost now. Just a technical procedure. When there are more delegates coming from the same country, casting their votes only, from the same member organization, only the votes are counted only once, and I believe that the resolution from the representative as who is denoted in the wiki as first is decisive in case of contradiction. Plus, one more thing for the convenience of counters. When you are casting your votes, it is very nice, and most of you have already started that, when you also name the party or organization you are representing, because that simplifies counting the votes. We also, of course, know it, but it will simplify it. And well, once again, my mistake. I'm sorry to Michal from Pirate Party Slovakia. I added him to the Orga team and not to the council meeting team. I'm deeply sorry. This is happening just because of managing too many things at once. Sorry for that. I hope you are able to cast your votes. Your vote finally. Alessandro, are we able to close the vote? Is everyone voted already?
Yes, I think so. Party of Sweden is probably, yeah. So it's we are done here.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are closing the vote, and please do
Young Pirates maybe didn't cast their vote.
I did.
I did. Sorry, my fault. Sorry.
I see predominantly yes there, but let's wait for the outcome.
There is no, yeah, there is no voting against, and we have abstain from Pirate Party of Germany, abstain from Pirate Party of Italy, abstain from Pirate Party of Sweden, and I cast last vote. It's the Pirate Party. Yeah, all the others are yes.
I see. So I think by optical method it is clear that we have just admitted a new member as an observer member, and that's Italian organization Pirati. So welcome in the European Pirate Party, and looking forward to have a good cooperation with you in spreading pirate ideas across Europe. Thanks.
Thank very much to all members, and thank you, Mikuláš.
Okay, thank you all, and we are again at the end of our morning session. So unless there are any objections, I'm going to officially start the lunch break. So is there any objection? Proposals to agenda? So it seems not to be the case. So we will be starting again at 1:30 of the Central European Winter Time, which means in roughly or a little bit less than 2 hours. I'm not mistaken. So, oh, sorry, 1. Oh shit, I'm living in wrong time zone. So let's see each other in 15 minutes after the lunch break. Yep. See you soon.
now.
There are some noise in the background as well.
We are online. It's not a question. Nicolas?
I'm here.
We are online. We are streaming now. You can start.
Sounds perfect. However, the original agreement was that the afternoon session shall be chaired by Katla, so I would give her the precedence unless she will be unable to connect.
Hello.
Yes.
Are we ready to reconvene?
Yes.
Yeah, wait the usual 15 minutes. Exile, I adore you. So yeah, I mean, I'm ready to call the meeting starting again, but I can also wait a little bit longer if we want to be sure that everybody is here. Yes.
Nope. Please start the meeting.
Allt í lagi, Gregory. Not a problem. Flori?
Yes.
Are you ready?
It is on YouTube. Yet.
Okay, great.
Can start when you want.
Who is the secretary at the moment?
Veronica will be the secretary at the moment.
I am Helen. Oh, hi, Veronica. And who is assisting Veronica with that?
Alessandro and
yeah. Okay.
Except those.
So,
except when I have to speak about the project income. I mean the balance for New Year's. The budget for New Year. I can assist. Just only one thing I would recommend for just to have a recount of all the members. So in order to have to be sure that everything is fine.
right.
Okay. So
Do you want me to pull up all the the names and get an answer?
please do
Is that what you want? Okay. So who is here from Austria?
Roland.
Hi. Czech Republic.
David, hey.
Hey. From France.
Yes, Eric.
From Germany.
Hello, Mia, yes.
Hi, Mia.
Yeah.
From Iceland.
Thomas and Gregory.
Artis from Iceland. Hi.
Hi. From Italian Pirate Party.
Emanuele and Paolo.
From the Netherlands.
Guillaume is present.
Hi. And Artis is here for Norway. For Catalonia.
Hi, I will be attending the last half hour, and later Exile Oliver will represent Catalonia.
Okay. Sweden.
Yeah, that's me, Matthias Rubensson.
Hi, Matthias. From, oh, I'm so sorry. Is it Slovenia? Slovakia. Slovenia? I'm so sorry. This is embarrassing.
From Slovakia, hi.
Slovakia?
Yes.
Hi. My apologies for my ignorance. Lost it. And then it is Marcel from SK. I don't know, SK. I'm so sorry.
that was Slovakia.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
SK is Slovakia, SL is Slovenia.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's like Rachel and Raquel. No, Raquel and Karen. I always confuse these as well. I'm very bad. Sorry about me. And the Young Pirates.
I'm ready.
Okay. And the MEPs.
I'm ready here.
And now, since Pirati is an observer member, do they have a vote?
Nope. As all observer members, they don't.
Okay. So I am Katla. I'm from the Icelandic Pirate Party. I will be chairing for now. I noticed that before, when we were doing the votes in the Mattermost, there was a lot of confusion and delays. So I am asking that we will change the voting system, or I will read out the countries or the members, and they will call out their vote. And I am asking for what's it called? According to the rules of the council, that the tabulation of votes is performed by a tabulator named by chair. And I want to name Alessandro as a tabulator which means you will be reading out the votes, or repeating them and taking them down. Okay.
Okay. So after the vote, you call for the vote, and I will repeat it.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And put it in the minutes. Veronica will put it in the minutes.
Sure thing.
Sounds great. So next matter of the agenda is the motions. Presentation of all motions from ordinary members. The first one. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are we all dealing with too many tabs situation?
Yes, definitely.
Yes. Okay. I'm looking for the motions because I had it somewhere open. So we have the first motion, by the board, the PPEU board. It is the motion of membership update 2020, right? So who is going to speak on behalf of that motion? Nicholas, go ahead.
Yes, I will present it. I have to apologize because I had a strong feeling that the link for respective motion was updated to Wiki. However, now it's somehow changed, and I don't know why. So please take into account the fact that it's currently linked there, and I will also send it to the Mattermost channel plus the Jitsi channel. However, please do not use the writing right because that's what was as it was tabled, and I cannot see easily prevent to change it unless or restrict the writing rights. So what we are discussing here is the issue of liability to become an observer member to the organization, because during the discussion in the last council meeting on the internet that take place in May, we have concluded that the observer membership should not be restricted only for entities that bear pirate in their name. There are some parties across the Europe, or even in the rest of the world, who are bearing name like internet parties. However, there are also organizations staying generally for freedom, decentralization, and such goals, while not really bearing pirate in their name. At that point, as we concluded as a reasonable compromise to provide an opportunity for such parties to become observer members, while this status technically does not allow them to have voting right within the council. However, provides an opportunity to be aligned with the organization and work together. More importantly, such a status would allow the respective party to become respected as a member for the purpose of registration as a European political party. Just to remind you, we need to achieve representation from 7 countries or 7 member states of the EU, which representation shall have at least one elected representative of either on regional or national or European level. So far we have 3, and the discussion is whether opening, or the idea is that the opening of that restrictions for liability for observer membership should provide us opportunity to get more partners that would allow us to achieve this goal. Hence, there is this proposal that working group within the board and subsequently board elaborated together to change our statutes, specifically the Article 8. The original text of the Article 8 you find above, while the proposed new version is below. You probably can see that there are this much simplified, as we took the opportunity to simplify the statutes of the regulation in order to be easily readable. So there were originally like three quite like similar categories of members or observer members, were based on like whether they are subordinates or whether they are really registered as a party and so on. So we propose to simply merge it to one more general category that would be restricted to in the way you see in the proposal, adhering to the goals expressed in Pirate Manifesto, maintaining democratic political base and internal structure, being politically active, and accept and intend to comply with the regulation of the statutes and order of its bodies. The requirement for bearing name pirate in the name was, as previously announced by in the previous discussion, it was removed. So that's the status as it was of the proposal as it was approved by the board. I believe we need 2/3 majority should it be approved. So it's very much up to you, dear fellow members. Should there be some more questions, I'm ready and happy to answer them.
So, are there any questions from the council regarding this motion? Okay, then I thank you, Miklas. Artis from the Icelandic delegation would like to speak. Go ahead.
Yes, I would just like to ask about a motion that was sent in yesterday by Iceland, but is not on the list. I guess that would be Miklas too.
I think it must have just been forgotten. So if there are no objections, we will just put that motion on the list on the wiki. Alessandro and Veronica, can you do that?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. So now the next motion on the agenda by the Czech Republic Pirates, relief of 2018 fees. Who is going to speak on behalf of that? Would the delegation from the Czech Pirate Party please announce yourself?
Give me a second, please.
No problem. Regarding Mikulas has a question in the chat, will we have the vote on all the motion at the end, or what is the preferred solution? According to the agenda, there will be presentation of all motions from ordinary members and then voting on motions afterwards. So I was going by that one, unless you want to propose to change it. Gregory, Gregory says he is confused that we're not voting directly after presentations of the motion.
Yes, but you. Thank you, Madam.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You explained that you're following the agenda to read out all the motions and then vote on them. In terms of capacity to hold less items in open thread in the mind, I suggest that we go motion by motion, discuss it and vote on it, and then move to the next one. So I would move to, if the discussion is finished on the motion 1, then proceed to voting on the motion 1, and then come to the presentation of motion 2.
The proposal from Gregory from the German Pirate Party is to vote on each motion right after a presentation of said motion. I will put this to a vote to the council. So I will read out the names of each member. You will say yes or no. Alessandro will, and Veronica will
objection.
Will record.
Sorry.
Yes, Gregory.
Yeah, according to the rules of procedure, if the motion is unobjected, it stands accepted. So you could also ask if there are objections, and then we could save that.
Thank you, Gregory. Are there any objections? Okay, great. You just saved us a lot of time there, Gregory. Thank you so much. Then we will move towards voting on each motion after it has been presented, which means we will now vote on motion 1 regarding the change of statutes. I will read out each member and they will tell me their votes. Alessandro and Veronica will record the votes in the hat. So it is the Membership Update 2020 motion by PPEU Board. First call. First call is Austria.
Yes.
Austria voted yes.
Czech Republic.
In favor, 6.
Czech Republic, 6 vote in favor, right?
Mm-hmm. France.
France, 1 vote in favor.
France, 1 vote in favor.
Germany.
Germany, 2 votes in favor.
Germany, 2 votes in favor.
Iceland.
Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Italy.
Italy, 1 vote in favor.
Italy, 1 vote in favor.
Netherlands.
Netherlands, 1 vote in favor.
Netherlands, 1 vote in favor.
Norway.
Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Catalonia.
Catalonia, 1 vote in favor.
Catalonia, 1 vote in favor.
Sweden.
Sweden, 1 vote in favor.
Sweden, 1 vote in favor.
Slovenia.
1 in favor.
Slovenia, 1 vote in favor.
Slovakia.
1 vote in favor.
Slovakia, 1 vote in favor.
Young Pirates,
2 votes in favor.
Young Pirates, 2 vote in favor.
MEPs,
2 votes in favor.
MEPs, 2 votes in favor.
fantastic. Has the motion passed, Secretary?
Yes, the motion has passed.
Great. Thank you so much. This was like buttering bread. It went so well. So, who was going to speak for the motion by Czech Republic of relief of 2018 fees?
I can. Basically, the rationale is already explained well in the proposal, I think. Basically, it's an attempt to have a clean slate and to formally simplify the procedures right now. Also, I think that nobody is expecting us to get those 2018 payments now. So it's easier now to just do this procedure and move on.
Are there any questions regarding this motion from the Council? Fantastic. So if the Secretary is ready, we will proceed to the voting.
Just
one second, I'll just copy that. I think already.
Okay. Going by the same order as before. Austria,
Yes.
Austria, 1 vote in favor.
Czech Republic,
6 votes in favor.
Czech Republic, 6 vote in favor.
France,
France, 1 vote in favor.
France, 1 vote in favor.
Germany, Germany, please can I have your vote?
Stepping in for Gregory, 2 votes in favor, Thomas.
Sorry, I was speaking to a muted phone.
Germany, 2 votes in favor.
Iceland,
Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Italy,
Italy, 1 vote in favor.
Italy, 1 vote in favor.
Netherlands,
Netherlands, 1 vote, abstain.
Netherlands, 1 vote, abstain.
Norway,
Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Catalonia,
Stepping in for Dario, Catalonia, 1 vote in favor.
Catalonia, 1 vote in favor.
Sweden,
1 vote in favor.
Sweden, 1 vote in favor.
Slovakia, no,
One
Slovenia, sorry.
Slovenia, 1 vote in favor.
Thank you.
Slovenia, 1 vote in favor.
And now Slovakia.
1 vote in favor.
Young
Slovakia, 1 vote in favor.
Young Pirates,
2 votes in favor.
Young Pirates, 2 vote in favor. 2 votes in favor.
MEPs,
2 votes in favor.
MEPs, 2 votes in favor.
very nice. There is, has the motion passed, Secretary?
Yes, the motion has passed 2301.
Great. Thank you. So we will continue on to the next motion, which is by the German Pirates, motion on a working group on second chamber. Sorry. So who on behalf of the German Pirates will speak for the motion? Gregory, go ahead.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So we have discussed the question of the second chamber for quite a long time already, since the foundation or in the foundation process of the Pirate Party of Europe. And since then, we have matured, and now we have seats in the European Parliament. And so we think it is time to come back to never dismissed entirely, but only postponed idea of organizing a second chamber of the Pirate Party Europe that would have place for individual members, individual persons from throughout Europe, who would be a possible place for organizing political activists with a unique possibility to be able to participate in the group that have direct seats in the European Parliament. So we remember that the discussion been going on for a while, and so as it is, we think that we need to form a working group to discuss in detail the pro and contra of different approaches. And we think that the proposal of former proposal of the Pirate Party of Switzerland from the foundation process back from 2012 would be actually a good idea because it is technically feasible. And we have invited today the original author or one of the original authors of that proposal, Stefan Tönny, who is with us today and who would taken over from me now and present the idea that is behind that proposal. Stefan, if you might.
Yep, I'm here. So my name is Stefan Tönny. I'm from Switzerland, but now speaking on behalf of the German Pirates. I'm one of the original authors of the Swiss proposal that was submitted during the foundation of PPEU. The proposal was then postponed. So what is a second chamber? That's basically giving voting rights to individual members, but not in place of the parties having voting rights, but as a second decision body that would be equal to the chamber of the parties, the chamber of individual pirates. So how would one organize such a decision body? The decision process would actually be that the individual pirates would vote in their chamber, and the parties in the council as they do now, and each proposal would need to be accepted by both the council of the parties and the chamber of individual pirates, thereby giving individual pirates a certain amount of power that could attract not only members of the pirate parties but also activists to directly get in touch with European politics and our MEPs. So the thing is, the Chamber of Pirates could become pretty large. when PPU was founded, we dreamt of a number somewhere north of 10,000 pirates. Perhaps at the moment it would be a bit smaller, but still unmanageably large. You couldn't make a convention this big. And for that reason, the work would be done in committee. So the Chamber of Pirates would, from among the individual members, elect a number of members to each standing committee. We put a nice prime number of 53 members for each committee. As I just said, that was at the time when we thought PPU would have more than 10,000 individual members, so perhaps it could be a bit lower for the time being. The committee would need to forward a motion with a minority of 1/3. It would then go to the corresponding committee of the PPU Council, so of the Chamber of Parties. And if it there also got a minority of 1/3, it would then move to the floor of both chambers and be broadly discussed. That is a deliberate choice in that proposal to make it relatively easy, even for a minority of pirates or a minority of parties, to bring forward a proposal to the floor of both the PPU Council and the second chamber, so the Chamber of Individual Pirates. When it comes to elections, both chambers would in a fashion unite, and the votes would be counted. So 1 vote for each individual pirate, 1 vote for each party, and both the parties and the individual pirates as a group would get 50% of the power. So one would add up the percentage gained in the PPU Council for each candidate and the percentage gained in the second chamber, so in the Chamber of Pirates for each candidate, and whoever comes out on top is elected. Therefore, both the individual pirates as a group and the members as a group would have the same weight in the elections. The proposal also talks about membership fees. So membership fees from individual pirates in the proposal depend on the mean household income. So the proposal speaks of the mean household income divided by 1,500, which would be for Germany around 11 euros per year, for Greece 7 euros, and so forth. Yeah, that's basically it. One thing that I personally one should take a closer look is how the Chamber of Pirates exactly is organized. Of course, we shouldn't mention a tool in the statutes, but rather a process. But especially for the elections, we should probably introduce snail mail voting, just to assure the confidentiality of each ballot, as the individual pirates, they're not representatives, but they're the electorate themselves, and that should be a secret ballot, in my view. So, but this could be achieved by paper postal voting. That's not too onerous to send a letter once a year to elect the board. So that's about the proposal. Are there any questions?
Well, Gregory here again. So to point out, we are not deciding today about the proposal. The proposal is the basis for the discussion in the working group. So today, is to decide to establish the working group to work from this proposal on, and also to consider other ideas, and to present a joint motion for changing of the statutes for the next council meeting, whenever it will be, but basically during the next year.
Thank you, Gregory. I got thrown off for a tiny little bit, but I can see that Nicholas has a raised hand, so I hope it's a question about this motion. Go ahead, Nicholas.
First of all, I would like to thank very much for having this proposal on the table. I have to admit, and now I'm talking from the position of an MEP, that something like second chamber would be quite of use, because quite often our work in the European Parliament requires fast decisions about the policies. However, we cannot simply collect feedback from our members. So far, like we can start an opinion poll within, let's say, Czech Pirate Party or German Pirate Party, but there is no really system that would simplify running opinion polls across Europe. And hence we are quite often like deciding based just on our expectations what could be intention of, I don't know, like French pirates or Swedish pirates or any other pirate party across Europe. That's consistently a problem, and I see that as a democratic deficit within our organization that should be addressed, because should we represent the organization as whole, we need to know opinions of each and every single member within the organization. There is one minor technical problem, say minor, and the problem is that we need to have a clear system how to define who is member and who is entitled for the vote. Because so far there were some membership databases in some of the parties, but I'm not sure whether we even have within all the parties respective technical system to do it automatically. I mean, like I'm almost sure that there are parties having a list of their members in some spreadsheet and amending it or changing it manually, which means we will have to find out a technical solution how to smoothly exchange the data between the member parties in order to be able to tell who is a member as a natural person and who is entitled to vote. And this is something that has to be solved independently of what we will be doing with our statutes. That's something that we need to do for quite a lot of reasons. Apart of voting, it's also like exchange of other data, like for cloud storages and so on. So I would suggest, or I have an idea in my mind that besides the proposed motion to have a discussion about working of the statutes, it would be great should the authors of the motion also take on the board some content or proposal that would invite the member parties to exchange the data. Because so far we have seen some obstacles that technical representatives of member parties were reluctant to do so without having clear approval of exchanging that data. So I would like to have this path clear and start working on, let's say, the technical implementation, whatever will be the decision regarding the statutes. I would like to add a sentence to the motion. I'm sending that to GC chat. It's of course subject to discussion. It's just like my idea what should be added to the motion.
Thank you. David had his hand raised, and then Altis after him.
Hi. First, thank you very much for your presentation and your idea. Basically, unfortunately, Mikuláš already summed up the most important part we are concerned about, and that is the technical solution. Because for the second chamber to actually work, we will need to look deeper into that. And that is also the reason we are going to support the motion for the working group, but we would like to undersign and flag this hindrance, this opportunity to build something as something very, very important to us, and that we are willing and want to support with our capacities. Thank you.
I'm going to continue on with people that would like to speak and let the spokespeople for the motion answer in a bit. So Altis, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I have just a couple of questions. It's unclear to me what is the purpose of this chamber, the second chamber. The report I haven't read it through, but it focuses a lot on how it would be done and etc. But I fail to see what is the need, where the problem is that is going to be solved by this. And my second question is, because you mentioned that sometimes you need a quick feedback from the grassroots to make decisions or take stand. How would this be faster than the current arrangement? These are my two questions. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Eric from France, and then after that, Gregory will have an opportunity to respond.
Hi. Wait, let me start my camera. Yeah, we have discussed this motion with members of the Pirate Party of France, and as it is, we are likely to vote in opposition with it because we have a feeling that technical improvements and systemic improvements to a currently existing voting system would be a much more efficient choice of investment of our efforts than creating another voting process, which would be another source of slow decisional things happening and organizing new reunions with a different committee, etc. We feel like we agree with the objective of distributing decisional power between the parties and individual pirates, but this could be achieved via technical means rather than by creating a separate committee.
Now, Gregory, if you could respond to the comments of the people that spoke before and try to make it swift, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 1 minute, Madam Chair. So first, answer the question from Iceland. The purpose of the second chamber is to be more grassroots, to involve a level that is open for, as a grassroots movement, to activists to actually participate in direct decision-making process without gating through several levels of representation to convince the party, convince the delegation, and then to be able to present an idea at the council meeting. So I heard that France said that it's actually a good idea to have a direct representation and to have a half of the vote shared to the individual members. And this is actually exactly that is the intention behind that. So currently the process is if MAPs would be asking the internet for the opinion, everybody could answer, including, let's say, people who are not on our political spectrum, people like far left, far right, or extreme left, or whatever, that we are don't. It seems hard to distinguish whose opinion is or just loud. So by having actual member body of who joined, we could ask them, and we know they are committed to follow the statutes, committed to follow the principles of that's laid out in the Pirate Manifesto. The current proposal is for establishing a working group. It's not for a proposal to establish a committee system, or nor does it make a decision about a tool of voting. I know that in the previous discussion we also discussed involvement of tools like liquid feedback, keyword Euroliquid, and we could not agree on the specific implementation of the tool. So the proposal of the working group is to lay out the legal work in the statutes that actually individual members can voice their opinion and can be heard. And this is what it is about. We are not discussing a tool. And of course, implementing a tool or voting method have its implication, but this should be discussion inside the working group in detail, because currently we're just laying out direction. Do we want people spend efforts to prepare a proposal how a second chamber could work in practice? Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Nicholas has his hand raised. Go ahead.
I was willing just to answer the question coming from Iceland regarding why is this fast feedback needed. Just speaking about the process, currently the decision making within the European Parliament more or less works that way, that you are provided with the amendments for particular resolution within, let's say, 48 or let's say 72 hours in before the actual voting. So it is always very, very hard to contact the respective experts of the party and to get their decision. You can do it in case of like two parties, but it's quite hard to involve more. And especially there are topics that has to be admitted honestly, we are not following too close. For example, that what could be interesting for Iceland or Norway are the fisheries, which we completely have to skip because we simply have no manpower to follow that. In such cases, I believe it would be reasonable to have a technical tool, and I'm really talking about obtain fast data about what the members of pirate parties in the respective countries are thinking about. It was quite same like in case of fisheries. However, we have had a discussion with French pirates today regarding the gender equality, whether we understand our approach in that issue the same way or not. Simply, there is no other way how to do fast checking without like having a technical tool for doing that. So this technical tool, I strongly feel, is necessary to be created.
Thank you. If there are no other questions from the council regarding this motion, I want to ask, have you added, Gregory, this amendment that, or this change that Nicholas proposed before that you can see in the chat here? I'm going to read it out for the YouTube channel. The council kindly invites all the members to provide all the necessary help with exchange of data that are needed for smooth work of pan-European voting and discussion platforms.
We can adopt this as amendment to our text, no problem.
Okay, are you going to go ahead and do that now? So
we can do it as a protocol, as a minute notice.
Okay, thank you.
So you want me to add it in the wiki now?
You know what? The good thing about having like a rule and statute nerd like you on board is that you can tell me if that is necessary before we vote. Is it, Gregory?
For me, it would be okay to just have it as a notice in the minutes. And it's a procedural trick we usually do in Parliament quite often actually. So, but I'm already almost done copying it into the wiki.
Thank you so much, Gregory. Are we ready to vote, Veronica?
Yes, I've also added that the amendment was adopted.
Thank you so much, Veronica. And if Alessandro is ready, I will start reading out the members.
Wiki is updated.
Great, thank you, Gregory. Alessandro, are you with us? Okay.
Fine, I can repeat it out loud and then just...
okay, not a problem. So the voting is on the motion of, motion 3 by the PPDE working group on second chamber. Austria.
Pirate Party Austria, 1 vote votes against that.
Austria against.
Yeah.
Czech Republic.
In favor, 6 votes.
France.
Yes.
6 votes in favor.
France, yes.
France, 1 vote against.
France, 1 vote against.
Germany.
Germany, 2 votes yes.
Germany, 2 votes in favor.
Iceland.
Iceland, 3 votes against.
Iceland, 3 votes against.
Italy.
Italy, 1 vote against.
Italy, 1 vote against.
Netherlands.
Netherlands, 1 vote abstain.
Netherlands, 1 vote abstain.
Norway.
Norway, 1 vote against.
Norway, 1 vote against.
Catalonia.
Catalonia will abstain.
Catalonia, 1 vote abstain.
Sweden had put in before that they will abstain from voting on this motion.
Sweden, 1 vote abstain.
Slovenia.
Slovenia, 1 vote in favor.
Slovenia, 1 vote in favor.
Slovakia.
1 vote in favor.
Slovakia, 1 vote in favor.
Young Pirates.
2 votes for, so in favor.
Young Pirates, 2 votes in favor. 2 votes in favor.
Members of Parliament.
2
Or
votes.
European. Sorry, can you repeat?
2 votes in favor.
Thank you.
Member of the European Parliament, 2 votes in favor.
Secretary, has the motion passed?
Yes, the motion has passed 14 to 7 to 3.
4 actually. I count 4.
4 no?
No, sorry. 14 yes, 6 no, and 4 abstain.
Okay, cool.
Then the motion has been passed. So we will continue on to the next motion, which is by the PPIS. Artis is going to speak for that motion, but I could answer questions about it if there will be any, but then I need Nicholas to take over as chair. Is that possible, Nicholas?
I'm ready. Just please announce formally whether you are transferring the chairing.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I'm ready. Please announce formally that you are transferring the chairing, if so.
Okay. I resign from chair for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm taking over the chairing, and I would like to invite the authors of the Icelandic proposal to introduce.
Okay. Since it wasn't published online, I will just go through it for you. So we propose that the Council mandates a new fund for pirate-related projects in Europe. The working title of it would be the Pirate Grassroots Fund. The fund would have a specific amount decided and approved on each council meeting. So it would be specific amount. Every member of the PPEU can apply for funding for their projects. Applications will be put before before the board 2 times a year. The board must advertise the closing days for applications to every member of the PPEU. Applications must have a rough budget and a detailed project proposal. The board requests a report once the project is finished. The report must be turned in before the last council meeting of each year in order for the board to report of the fund's achievements. The board will supply reporting templates for applicants, so that would be very easy. In cases where applicants do not turn in a report, they may be denied further funding in the future. Members of the PPEU are responsible for their members adhering to these conditions. This fund would be seen as something for people to work on their activism, expanding people's ideas on piratism, create workshops, spaces and time for interaction regarding pirate philosophy. And the proposed amount for the first year of the Pirate Grassroots Fund is 3,000 euros. And
not the last bit.
It comes with an amendment to the budget proposal. Do I have to read that out as well, or not necessary maybe? So it would be to add a budget line of 3,000 euros in order to accommodate the previously approved motion for a new PPEU Grassroots Fund, assuming that it will be approved. I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much on this for introducing that. Are there any questions regarding the proposal? Does that all please speak?
So if I got that right, this fund is funded by the PPU money. Is that correct?
Andres raised the hand, so probably it's an opportunity to answer as well. Then David is in the speaking list.
Am I supposed to answer, or yes?
Yes.
So yes, it would be allocated from the PPEU budget for the year.
Nicolas, sorry, technical note. Your mic seems to be a bit low, just for the sake of...
Okay, I will work on that. Please, David, speak.
Thank you. I would have 2 questions which are somehow connected. First, is there any special reason or consideration why this proposal, and it's quite a budget-heavy proposal, was handed in like yesterday? Like any specific project you can name that you want to support with this? And second question would be on which consideration or rationale is the 3,000 euro sum based? Is there, some reasoning behind that you could explain, please?
Am I allowed to answer, Chair?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, David. Very good questions. The proposal is coming in so late because I only got this idea like last Sunday night or something. It was a very late idea for me. So I just kind of wrote it up really quickly, and I should have been able to send it in earlier in the week, but my apologies for that. It's just because I didn't have this idea before. Any specific project? No, I have no spoken to anyone in the PPEU about if such a fund would be needed. It was solely my idea to kind of mobilize people a little bit more, try to get a little more, just activism going within the grassroots in Europe. The 3,000 euro amount was just, I was like, I don't know, 3,000, and I kind of expected that the council would propose like to change that amount according to whatever would be found suited. But for me, I thought, okay, we have all this money in the account that is not being spent on the grassroots of the organization. So I thought we could try to, especially during COVID, people are just trying to mobilize people into doing cool pirate projects in Europe. I am very open to lowering the amount, but then again, it would be, say if we get applications for 4 projects over the year, and each project would be 500 euro, then, that's 2,000 euro right there, but it's a lot of outreach. It's worth it, in my opinion. So I hope this answers your questions.
Okay, I hope I'm better to be heard then. So I see a hand risen from Exile. Then there is perpetually a hand risen from Andis. I don't know whether you want to speak or it is just like by mistake. There was another hand raised by David and then by Gregory. So that's the speaking list for now. Please, Exile, speak.
Yes, hello everybody. So just a short question from my side. As you're pointing out that this proposed amount in the first year will be 3,000 euros. When it comes to changing the amount or changing the process, who is taking care then of the organization? Is this something you're proposing this will be left by the board in the whole organization? Or is there something also the Council of the European Pirates should take care of?
Chair, would you like me to gather the questions or answer each question on its own?
I would maybe gather first the questions and then give you the time to answer it if it simplifies. Andres, please.
Yes, I have a question that may become a suggestion for amendment. With funds of this kind, it is a common rule that if the people who accept the fund, a grant, they don't deliver the report, then they will have to return the allocation. I was just wondering if you had thought about that. I think that is a good pressure for people to use the money wisely, or else just return it. I'm not sure it's enough to just say that they will not get any money anymore, but further just we want to know what you did with the money, and otherwise we want the money back. I had another question, but I forgot it. I'll give someone else the word while I reflect.
Okay, thanks. Then David is on the list, and I would like to have a question after Gregory, if possible.
Yeah, thanks. First, I would like to say that I'm coming in from the position of really liking the idea. So if my questions seemed harsh, sorry for that. Now, two very fast questions on possible amendments. I think that first thing we need to solve is if we would consider giving the responsibility straight to the board or to some special working group for this. Because honestly, with more than 10 projects, if the projects would be micro ones, and that's quite possible, or there would be more interest, it might be a bit overwhelming for the council. And second thing would be if you would consider amending your proposal for a bit stricter, let us say, financial control, returning the funds when the report is not turned in, and so on. If those would be possible, I think that would be great. And those are my questions.
Gregory?
Yeah, thank you. I think there's as much as I like the idea of creating a fund to support pirate parties in pursuing projects, I don't think that Pirate Party of Europe is the right place to establish such fund. I also think that there's a lot of financial peculiarities involved in that, and there is already also a lot of finance opportunities and funds who found activism projects. So if at all we could install that it should be a requirement that no other financing could have been secured by other means, and also ask that the people actually prove that they tried to ask like other foundations first. Also, there is actually a political instrument for European parties to have a European political institute that a lot of all established political parties on the European level maintain. And those would be actually the real place to have that initiative. And these are attributed, have different financial oversight. They also get money from the European institutions, and and can do a different level of scrutiny. Currently, the proposal as such also do not lay out any conditions for when the proposal is approved, other than it have a project plan and that should be a report afterwards. But if the project plan is we send an activist over to Hong Kong for a trip across Asia to see how far it goes, and they will send pictures afterwards how nice it was, it would be a valid proposal. Even that you said that you think that projects should be measured in terms of outreach and some kind of value that it brings to the pirate movement, it is not there yet in the proposal. And currently, as it formulated, if it is a valid proposal, it on the technical terms, it kind of needs to be approved. Otherwise, there is no criteria when to approve and when to disapprove a project. So my suggestion would be actually to put this forward to yet to be found European Pirate Foundation on European level. And I don't really think that is a task for a political party to found activism projects in that way as it is proposed here.
Okay, thank you, Gregory. I will use the opportunity of being on the speaking list and raise a question to the topic. You have, when introducing the proposal, clearly spoke about the fund. Just to be absolutely clear about what will be the, let's say, technical implementation, should some money not be used in that respective year, it will be transferred to the subsequent year. So it is really working as a fund. It's not just a budget line. It's a fund transferring the money from year to year. Do I understand it correctly, or is it other way around? And I believe the questions are raised, so you can answer them.
Thank you all. Axel's question was regarding how is the money, like the amount, decided on, and as it says in the proposal, that each council, the fund will have a specific amount in it decided and approved on each council meeting, which means like each council meeting can change the amount and vote on that. And that's how I pictured it. So the use of the word fund, it's, I guess in direct translation, it has two different meanings in Icelandic. I didn't think of it as like a fund that is transferred from year to year and not touched. That's not, no, I only kind of use the word in the meaning of this is like we have taken this amount and put it on this shelf and we're going to use it for this project. You know, as in it's a fund that people can go into and ask for funding to create activism and art and whatever. So I hope that answers your question, Nicholas. Next question. Both David and Artis talked about the paying back if you can't prove like what you did with the money. I think that's a good idea. If you guys would want to write up a change to the proposal that I can add in, I would appreciate that. Just how you see that it would make sense. David talked about this being a board or a working group, so I don't know really if I understood you correctly, but as I'm seeing it, it's the council that is deciding to create this entity and put it in the hands of the board to oversee over the year. And then the council would get reports regarding the activities and the money spent and decide, okay, was this a good idea or not? Like, so I guess the board could then create a working group with it to also, in order to answer Gregory's question in that, create a tighter framework to work within regarding this. Well, I, in general, have a lot of trust in people, and I have trust that pirates in Europe would be able to apply to such a fund would not misuse it. I really believe that people in general are good, and I think this is simply something that would create an opportunity for pirate people in Europe to do pirate things in Europe and not take like a trip to Hong Kong or whatever. Yeah, so there's like questions about financing and restrictions and a stronger framework. I think a stronger framework can be achieved by a working group or by the board. And I have no objections to the idea of adding into the proposal that people would have to pay back the money if they can't prove what they did with it. Okay.
Okay, I believe the questions were answered, and there is another hand raised from Peric of the French Pirates.
Hi. It's less of a question and more of a comment, I guess. The French Pirate Party would vote in favor of such a proposition because we agree that this is the kind of actions that the European Pirate Party should be investing its effort into and its budget. However, this sounds like the type of task would require a much higher volume of budget than 3,000 euros. And I would also like to point out that the budget, you mentioned that we're sitting on all this money and we have it yet to use. But I wanted to point out that the budget as it is currently is in deficit and quite a hefty amount. And while we fully agree with the intention of it, and therefore just for the principle will be in favor of it, we have concerns, I guess, and questions about the feasibility of it and the exact types of actions that would be achieved with the budget that is proposed.
I'll maybe use an opportunity to add a side note, which I have not mentioned in my initial status report. It is important to be aware that should the party be registered as European political party, our income per year would be something more than 400,000 euro. So we are talking in that specific case, let's say 100 times more than we are now getting, or 400 times more. So the question is mostly like how fast we are able to register the organization, because then we are acting in quite different landscape from what we are talking now. But that was just my side note. I'm sorry for listening to the discussion. There is a hand risen from Zatold.
Thank you. Well, if we have that kind of money, we can easily do something like a fund, also with more than 3,000 euros. I agree with that. The point that I'm thinking of, the council at this point, as far as I understand it, can fund a project anyway if it wants to. So there's no necessity to have like a specific fund or something. But what we could do is like give a specific amount to the board, which then they could like give to small initiatives, and if we like it, they can present themselves at the council, and then we can fund it for a longer time. So this would take care of all the technicalities of who does what and who is and whatsoever. And I know like something like 500 or 1,000 euros isn't much, but you can do like a server, you can do like an event with that kind of money and so on. So I think this would be at the current state a much more feasible option than having like a fund with a few thousand euros in there. And once we have like money at hand to really spend, then of course let's find a better proposal.
Should I respond?
I guess it's your turn.
I'm sorry, guys. I think you were talking about is like examples of what sort of stuff could come with this little amount, right? I don't know. Hello, I can't hear you.
Yes, this is sorry, my mic was still cut off.
Okay.
So yeah, because I understand that this is a proposed action at the level of each individual European party.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, while again, I really agree with the intention, I was wondering what you think can really be done at this level with a budget of 3,000 euros.
Okay.
And just to answer the remark that was put just after my intervention earlier, I want to remind that the funds that we are planning with, which are, I think, the 400,000 euros from the European Union, which we are reminded of, not for the first time, are still theoretical and require that we meet the criteria to be certified. And that is not something that we are 100% able to plan with. So as it is, we only have the current budget.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I am not familiar with European with a political party thing. I'm not occupied by that, right? I'm only thinking about the money that the PPEU has in their accounts, and we can arrange those funds as we want. I see, for example, just like small projects happening. Like you don't need thousands of euros to organize like a 1 or 2 day event, which is, you know, based on whoever's activism or art ideas or philosophy ideas regarding the philosophy of pirates. I think, you know, for like young people, for example, just getting 500 euros, it takes them a long way towards creating something beautiful and significant, even though it's only for a couple of days or something. I think generally, I think we could see something bigger coming from it. You know, this is maybe a small start, even if the amount that we allocate for this is less than 3,000 euros. That just means that maybe we have to fund fewer projects or something. But I think for a start, this could take us somewhere. It could be the start of something really cool and really significant for the Pirate Europe movement. And I think, I'm sorry, AT, I don't know the name. Sorry. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm horrible with names, kids. Okay. To just scrap the proposal and rather just make a council meeting something, you know, tell the board to do something, take the money and work. Yeah. I think it would just result in the same. If this proposal, it's only from year to year basis. It's not something that it's not going to be. It's not a statute change. It's not a legal obligation for everyone, except for the board to do as the council is mandating on this meeting. Yeah, I think I've answered as much as I can, and unless there's gonna be some new sort of information or questions happening, I propose that we just put it to a vote, you know?
That will definitely happen at certain point. Still, there is a on the speaking list, Alessandro, and I would like then to reply to Peric's comment.
Yes, thank you, Mikolas. I am absolutely. I have to thank you all for all the questions presented, but especially this one that is related to money also, because you know when we are talking about motion that are not money related at all, or at least you know are money self-sufficient, money independent. We are not touching a point that is related to budget. So I don't want to anticipate the next point on the agenda, that is budget, but this motion is the perfect example of what I would like to see happening in a board, in a council meeting between us, between members. The thing is that we should focus on our goal, right? And goals has to be prioritized, in my opinion. Otherwise, that don't means that you know, of course, things are differently important. But you have to, because to let the things happen, you have to concentrate your effort. So imagine that we can do several things at the same time. We actually did. I mean, speaking for the PPU perspective and the board perspective, where I am, I think that this year something happened, right? And we're going literally in the right way, in the right. So the thing is, I do love this proposal. And if it were me, not me as a treasurer, but me literally, I would put all the money just asking for the proposal and the amendments, and with also the little corrections that I already put in the wiki, so that if the money, just can come back. But the thing is this: if we think that our priority is to be recognized as a European political party, and because of the two important reasons. The first is that we will finally be recognized as a real political party, and in this way, the second chamber proposal is pretty much adherent, in my opinion, because we finally introduce not only association, but also people, all pirates from Europe. This is up to me. I am sorry for that, but I do love to be European first, then Italian. And then after I got the European level, world citizen. And then after I am recognized as a world citizen, galactical citizen, So, or intergalactical even. But this is my utopia. The thing is that if we are in the position that we have some money, and we should prioritize how to use them. So because once we got this, and the second point that is not irrelevant, we will literally multiply by 2 orders. We want to talk about. I want to be the treasurer if we got all this money, because I don't want that responsibility. But we will have not 14,000, but instead of maybe almost €500,000, and that will realize a lot of small projects, a lot. In this way, we could really helpful. Besides this, I think that I don't know what is happening currently in our organization, because we are also a legal entity, so we have to fulfill some obligations, law obligations. But for instance, we are not an LTD company, right? So that means that, you see, we're now thinking about budget. That is, if I put some money on the budget and I approve it, the council approve it, that means that you can spend all of them approved, right? For instance, we approved in May 2,500 euro for IT staff last May, right? For 2020. And we approved 200 of 2,000 euro for communications, for media and communications. We spent actually 0 for communication. We spent only very less than 2,500 euro of the budget of IT. But theoretically, I could say, yes, this budget is approved. So if somebody from the board comes from we spent this, I say yes, because it's already approved, right? So, but is not only a question, we can do also, I don't know if we can do in another way, so that for each project we could give somehow, if not the board, if not the council, the board, the mandate to, to say, yes, we just add this to our spending line, or not. This project is very, very nice, but it has to be self-sufficient. It has to go around with its own steps. I don't know if I was clear enough, but the thing is that it's more important. Goal come first, and after goal we can decide. I mean, after we prioritize them, how to put the money on. Thank you.
Thank you. I will use the opportunity to speak as announced previously. We are slowly moving to the discussions about the budget. Just to reply to Perik, yes, of course, it is not clear how long it will take to get the party registered. However, I think it is predominant opinion within the current board that we should put an effort to do so, and we are now really going in that direction, and we want to go there even at the cost of spending some reserves. Under normal circumstances, I would absolutely agree with you that we should have a balanced budget and we should not spend more than we are getting. However, when we want to achieve this goal, we will need to find some partners from all across Europe. We will need to find progressive movements we can ally with. And at that point, we need to be able for the organization to provide some services that would be useful for them. So I believe that any progressive organization in current Europe, like amazed about the idea of second chamber, which is one of the services we can actually offer as pirates, and that could be interesting. A part of that services, there could be others, and that's actually one of those that could be on the table. But of course, definitely, it very much depends on the council. What the council believes is the right way how to achieve the goal of registering the party. Maybe it is this one, maybe it's not, but it's definitely up to you. One more thing from the point of view of chairperson, there is a counter proposal from Austrian pirates written in the JITSI. So I believe we should take it as formally proposed as a counter proposal. Is it so? Is it a formal counter proposal?
Posed it as a question, since no one is really asking apart from one person. Yeah, let's do it as a counter proposal. At least we have an option in.
Okay, so I see no hands risen so far. I would have a question for Katla, whether you would take the counter proposal somehow on the board, or whether we should have two competing motions in the vote. Or
I think it would just be simplest to vote on the counter proposal, and then, if it passes, the other one won't be voted on. I think it's just the quickest and easiest way to deal with it.
Okay, so I understand it that way, that you are not going to withdraw your proposal, so we will first vote on the counter proposal. If approved, then it will be understood as a text of the motion, and then we will vote on the text of the motion. Andres, please speak.
Of course, I think it's the decision of the chair and the owners of the proposals, but generally, I would think that the proposal that, goes further should be tackled first. And this came to my mind as I would probably like to approve the counter proposal in case the original proposal would be rejected, but not the opposite. And I think that might be common. Like if the counter proposal will be accepted, then the other one falls down. But by starting with the original proposal, which is maybe a bigger step, a bigger change, bigger thing, then the other one becomes unnecessary. But if it is rejected, then the other one comes as like a backup. That's just a suggestion.
Okay, I was used to start with the first the counter proposals and then the original proposals, but it's definitely a question of habits, and so far I know there is no strict rule which would define this order in our rules. Is there any objection to do it in the way that Arndis proposed, which means like to vote first the Icelandic proposal, and if not passes, to vote the Austrian proposal? I see no objection, so I would consider the procedure to be approved. So we will first vote on the original Icelandic proposal, and should it not pass, we will vote on the Austrian proposal. Should the Icelandic proposal pass, then the Austrian counter proposal falls. I hope everyone is fine with this procedure. No one is objecting that. And if so, I would like to ask Alessandro to record the votes, and I will be reading, as previously, the parties to have to express their opinions.
Yes, Mikolas, just a second, because first of all, I updated the wiki motion page with the counter proposal after the motion for proposal, original proposal. And then we had a communication on Mattermost for the Finland delegates that they are willing to join us. And I have just added to the dedicated channel. I sent Maya the link of our Jitsi. So I was wondering if she's here, or we can just, of course, we can just move on. But I would like to have a ping back just before starting the vote. And if I don't have, we will start this one without her, and then the next one with her.
Okay, so let's do it followingly. We will make 5 minutes break until 15:20, and then we will start with the vote. Is it fine?
I do love this idea. So all the people can read motion, counter motion, and then we can wait for Maya.
Okay, good, perfect. See you in 5 minutes.
Fantastic, thank you.
As we are off the record, provide up to 500 euros per quarter. Per quarter means each 3 months?
Yes.
Okay, so we are back back here. I'm not sure whether Maya is here. Maya is here, but there was a discussion ongoing in the GC chat, effectively proposing that we should take the procedure of first in first round we vote which proposal we do like more, and in the second round to approve the proposal. So it will be even more symmetrical. I don't know who does formally support this proposal or second this proposal. Am I to be heard?
Yes, sorry, but I was trying to contact Maya and I cannot support you. I'm just doing some other stuff.
I think people are still a little bit busy now with things doing. Perhaps 5 minutes more of break.
I also see that Gregory posts the correct article, that is actually Article 6,3. But
yeah, but on the PPI rules of procedure,
yeah,
not PPU rules of procedure, but they they are newer a little bit. So it would help us if we just adopt those or handle it like it's there.
I mean, it would be useful to create our own rules of procedure, but it was so far not really. It has so far not really happened. Like we have had some old proposal, but it was not really adapted for nowadays. Okay, so maybe a recurring question to the authors of all the of both the proposals. Which should be fine? Should we put first for the voting both of the proposals to decide which one is more preferred, and then vote just on the preferred whether it will be adopted? Does that hold on this?
Yes, I think that would work in this case.
I'm fine with just voting on motion 4, and if this one doesn't pass, then the counter proposal. And if the first one passes, the counter proposal.
I would prefer that. I think that is the correct way to go. But the other option is also good for me if people prefer that.
So you are actually both aligned on that that we should first vote on the first proposal and then on the second proposal.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Then I think we will not take the procedure from PPI, and we will start with voting on the Icelandic proposal. Let's call it that way, or the original proposal. Let's stick to the content. So are we ready for that, Alessandro?
Well, actually, we are always ready. The thing is that, as far as I can see, Maya is not here with us, so we will vote without her for now.
I think okay. I believe we can ask her about the Finnish vote at the end of the session, or not of the session, of the list, and start with the voting. So I would like to ask Third Party of Austria whether they approve the original proposal from Icelandic Third Party.
Austria won't vote, abstain.
Austria abstain.
Third Party of Czechia.
6 votes in favor.
Czech Republic, 6 votes in favor.
Pirate Party of France.
1 vote in favor.
France, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Germany, 2 votes against.
Germany, 2 votes against.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Iceland, 3 votes in favor, plus equal.
Pirate Party of Italy. We are missing vote from Pirate Party of Italy.
Sorry, Italy, 1 vote against.
Okay. Pirate Party of Netherlands.
1 vote in favor.
Netherlands, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Norway.
Pirate Party of Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Pirate Party of Catalonia abstains.
Pirate Party of Catalonia abstain.
Pirate Party of Sweden.
Sorry, but the Pirate Party of Sweden wrote in the chat before that he will vote in favor on motion number 4, the original one.
Pirate Party of Slovenia.
Slovenia, one vote against.
Slovenia, 1 vote against.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
1 vote in favor.
Slovakia, 1 vote in favor.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes abstain.
Young Pirates of Europe, 2 votes abstain.
MEPs, 2 votes abstain.
Member of European Parliament, 2 votes abstain.
So may I ask what is the conclusion of the vote?
The motion was passed 14 to 4 to 6.
14 to 4 to 6. Okay. So the motion is passed, and hence we do not need to vote on the second motion. Okay. So I'm asking for recording that, and there was one more motion delivered by Pirate Party of Germany regarding encryption. So I would like to ask Pirate Party of Germany to introduce that respective motion.
Yeah, we do have Danny from board of the Pirate Party of Germany, who is the author of the motion, and I would give him the floor. Danny?
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me. So some feedback would be nice.
We can hear you.
Yep, perfect. So it's about the Privacy is Not a Crime campaign. Some of you might already know it. We from the Pirates in Germany already adopted and support the campaign, also financially. That is not what I'm asking of you. I'm asking the Pirate Party of Europe to be a supporter of the campaign, meaning talking about the campaign in social media, raising awareness about encryption, since today there are news reports that the Council of Europe went ahead with their plans to attack encryption in Europe, and since it's basically one of the core pirate issues, I would like to see pirates to get involved and fight on this issue.
Well, I think that was quite exhaustive and easy to understand. I would like to ask, are there any questions? just to remind you, you will find this motion on the wiki as motion number 5. I will, for the sickness of clearness, submit it here as well as to the Mattermost. Still, I see no hands risen and no one asking for the word. So I would like to put the motion to the vote.
May I?
Yay, Exile.
Yeah, it's not a question. This is why I didn't raise hand, because I was waiting for discussion. In fact, instead, I would like to change the following words in this motion 5 afterwards. But in fact, we should write, the Board of European Pirates will actively overview and try to support the campaign. So we got a clear narrative who should take care about. If not, it's more, well, somebody of the pirates should support this, fine. But we are the European Pirates. We've done this quite well with European Citizens Initiative, Freedom to Share. There the board was encouraged to look after, and I think we should do the same thing with this.
I believe that's a technical detail that could be possibly adopted. I would like to ask authors whether they want to adopt that request into their proposal.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. In fact, if there is more interaction and activity from the board, that might be helpful. And if the board is fine with that language, then we can go ahead with that.
I believe the board will be re-elected or elected tomorrow, so it is really impossible to assess its mood about this motion specifically. However, I believe we as pirates, we all strive for protection of privacy, so it should not be a problem. There was a hand risen from Katla.
Yes, hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask you to wait just a moment with the voting, because the motion came in very late and we're just waiting up on it. You know, so if you guys could just discuss for a little bit.
I see. Okay, then we will wait with the voting for, let's say, a while, and there will be at least some time. I would say 10 minutes at least for discussion about that. I see a hand risen from Netherlands and from Iceland from Andres. So, Jay, please.
Yes, I just went through the text and I see something about a schedule, but I think that's all in the past. And the last thing was planned decision in the Council of Permanent Representatives. So what was the decision there, and what are the next steps in the schedule, if any?
I see. Then Andres, please, and then I will be allowed to answer both questions at once.
Yes, thank you. I haven't gotten a chance to read a lot, but it sounds very interesting and it sounds surely positive. My question would be, where does this campaign start? Like, who's responsible for it, etc. Can you tell us just a little bit more about that? Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Danny, would you like to answer these questions?
Yeah, sure. The first news articles about this topic came out today, since the Corper went ahead and voted on it without discussion. on the last Wednesday, but there wasn't a lot of press reporting on this. The first articles are, like I said, from today. And on the 14th of December, the interior ministers of the European Union will meet and discuss this with other topics, this topic. And then we will get a legislative process dealing with this issue. So it will be an ongoing campaign. The last dates put on the website were like a cutoff point. If they decided not to go ahead with it, then the campaign would be likely over. Now we have additional dates that will also be added on the web page. For where the campaign originated, it's started with local pirates in Saxony and Dresden, who started the campaign, and I saw the campaign and adopted it for the German board, since I think it's a very important topic. And the campaign work that those young pirates are doing there is very good education and campaigning. I'm personally a bit proud about what they've been able to accomplish in just a few weeks working on this, with a web page and social media presence in German and in English, and openness and contact with other pirate parties to also translate in other European languages. As though it's got from a little small regional campaign with some friendly NGOs. Could become like a European campaign. From the presentation here, they're going with like a neutral look. You will see when you look on the webpage, it's very neutral, and there are different organizations already supporting them. It's a pirate originated campaign, but it got a neutral look to be open to other supporters. Where we come in as a party is to be the biggest supporter of the campaign, and to post social media content with that hashtag. We got like education videos that were originated from the campaign that are neutral, but also support videos from pirates saying, hey, I'm a pirate doing this and that, and I think encryption is important, and so I support this campaign. And from there we get like our pirate branding in relation to that issue.
I see. Thanks for the answer. I would like to ask those who are discussing the wording to finalize it in the wiki, so we will have the opportunity to see the final text and before adopting that. Or please, if you are no longer changing it, then state it clearly. Bastian? You raised your hand.
Yes, it was the idea to call it not pirates than to call it European Pirate Party, but I think it's amended anyway, so I have to refresh the site, and it's refreshed now. It's okay. Thank you.
Mikuláš, in the meantime, I have an update about our Finland delegates that they want to make it today. They will be present tomorrow at 10, so no worries about Finland votes for today.
Okay, that's unfortunate, but I hope they would share our passion for encryption and budget and so on.
I guess so, definitely.
Okay, so currently I believe we have the final version in the wiki, and we can put it to the vote. Alessandro, are you ready?
Ready.
So I will start with Pirate Party of Austria.
1 vote in favor.
Austria, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Czechia.
6 votes in favor.
Pirate Party of France.
France, 1 vote in favor.
France, 1 vote in favor.
Sorry for and not allowing you to repeat. For Pirate Party of Germany.
Germany, 2 votes in favor.
Germany, 2 votes in favor.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
Pirate Party of Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Iceland, 3 votes in favor.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Italy, 1 vote in favor.
Italy, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Netherlands. The Netherlands.
Netherlands, 1 vote in favor.
The Netherlands, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Norway.
1 vote in favor.
Norway, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Catalonia, 1 vote in favor.
Catalonia, 1 vote in favor.
Pirate Party of Sweden.
Now probably we miss Sweden. I think we have to move on.
We have to move on. I do agree. We will ask at the end. Pirate Party of Slovenia. I believe Pirate Party of Slovenia announced somewhere that they are voting in favor, but they won't do it live. It's in the Jitsi chat from Patrick from Slovenia. So
we'll vote in favor, yes. As this one we want to able to do live. Patrick,
yes,
Pirate Party of Slovenia, right.
It's 1537. Yay. Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Slovakia, 1 vote in favor.
Slovakia, 1 vote in favor.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes in favor.
Young Pirates of Europe, 2 votes in favor.
MEPs, 2 votes in favor.
Member of the European Parliament, 2 votes in favor.
Thank you very much. And I believe that we are just waiting for Pirate Party of Sweden to have the opportunity to acknowledge that we have adopted that unanimously.
If you want to do so, give me a while. I have to ping. I ping Matthias, but just a second.
Otherwise, we would have to acknowledge that it was passed unanimously of all the present members, which is not that nice.
Yeah. Matthias is online, but is not answering. Yeah,
okay.
We got it.
So I hereby state that the Council of European Pirate Party just approved the motion to protect encryption in Europe unanimously. Thank you all for the support. Okay, that's a good point at the end of the motions. So I believe we have just finished all the respective motions, and the last point on today's agenda is the discussion about budget for 2021. So I believe now it's your time, Alessandro, to provide us the proposal from the board and introduce it.
Yes, thank you, Miklos. I just create on the fly. I will give you a link here, so also Florie can share it on YouTube. I have to apologize that I'm not as good as you or Marco that did a great presentation. Maybe I'm a lazy boy, but at least here I summarized the actual situation. So if I may share the screen for
Yes.
you.
You can share the screen for Gypsy, but I can share the screen too.
Okay,
So
great.
I can do that.
Okay, so I hope you see my screen.
Yes, it's okay.
Here, and so first of all, we approved the budget in 2020 for 2020 in May, and this is the first part. Now that we are basically on the almost at the end of the of this year, we can finalize some conclusions about it. The first thing first is look at the row 12, fees due. We realized that actually, sorry guys, if you just answer, ping me on MetaMost, I cannot answer because I cannot do two things at the same time. Our expectations for this year in terms of fees, collected fees, was to 950 euro based on the year before. I mean, based on the participation of the year before on the pay, and we reduce actually the membership fee in to 50 euros. And guess what? We collect 1,200 euros from membership fees. Also, I should say 50 euros more from Luxembourg, because I sent them twice the invoices. The first one was because I did a mistake. I asked them 150 euros for 3 votes. Then I realized that they only have 2, and I sent another one, but they paid the first one. So let's say that things happen. But anyway, I'm very glad of this for 2 reasons. The first is that because we are now we're just issue a mechanism where almost all of active parties. Yes, I can. I can probably I can zoom if I am. No, it's not. You mean zoom my screen, because I am actually. Let's do like this. If
Control plus Control plus mouse middle button.
It should be command, because I don't, command plus.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Now it's much better, even for me, right? It seems that I'm working in the IT for 25 years. Doesn't I? So they didn't I? So as you can see, this is very important because we are establishing, a strict connection with all the active parties, at least literally all the active parties, and moreover, a couple of them, or maybe 3 of them, could pay the fee because it's actually 50 euros instead of 300. That's what I'm extremely happy about it, because actually participation, in my opinion, is the first thing we have to achieve. About this, we had all this amount of money approved for IT resources, communication, administrative, and a little React reserve. I don't want to say that it's a funny thing or a good thing or a bad thing. I have opinions about it. I will tell you later on. But the thing is that regarding IT resources, we currently spent 300, more or less 390 euros. This is the change, the actual rate exchange, because it was in Czech, not Czech, sorry, the Switzerland franc, actually, and already spent for the Mattermost instance this year, and the invoice is available on our bank page in the wiki. And if I can say, maybe it's something here, I think it's here, you see. And no, I made a mistake, sorry. And we are able also to pay the invoice within this year for the new Mattermost, new powerful Mattermost instance that because our instance will be migrated to the guy who is currently in charge of it and responsible for it for free. This is only the cost of the server, the new server in Czech Republic, and it will cost us almost less than 100 euros per month. So basically, what we have to spend is less than 1,500 euro this year. Beside the budget was 2,500 euro. Then also within this year, we will probably finalizing all the expenses we already have this year, provided by Mikuláš, to just change and record statuses. Yes, I refresh it. That would be more or less 400 euro, but I don't have any invoices yet, so I cannot tell you the exact amount. But anyway, it's far away lower than the budget we put. Yes, I did. This site can be reached. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, there is a problem with the server of your website. The Etherpad is out. I'm also on the Etherpad and it is out.
Never mind. I will tell you. I should have copied locally. Never mind. I will tell you without the Etherpad. I don't need it. Great. Is back now. Probably too many people on the other calc server. Yeah, it's great, but it's blank. So never mind. No, it comes out again. So let me share again my screen so you can see it also here.
May I ask all the members who are following the budget to do it via shared screen rather than connecting to the Ethercalc web page?
Yes, because actually it's useless to be connected, all of you, in that page. I think I assume you can follow the discussion here. So the thing is that actually we spent a lot of money less than we projected. The React reserve is totally intact, 1,000 euro. And the communication staff that was basically taught for supporting the ECI initiative was still intact, because the ECI initiative has basically started right now. This gives us the occasion and the opportunity to, so the real new, I mean, the expected balance, if we spend all the money as in the last, should be more or less around 7,000 euro, sorry. And the real balance at the end of the year, considering that the first account balance was 13,000 more or less euro, will be more or less 12,000 and enough. This is the real balance after we pay the invoices for IT and we pay the administrative staff for changing status and so on. This means that the next real balance for the next year will be 2,570 euro plus 44 roughly. On this budget, we have to, on this amount, we should prepare the budget. On latest board meeting, we had a proposal that was actually like this. We assumed that we will collect the same amount of membership fees. That is of course an assumption because it helps. It depends on also how many votes members will have next year. But actually, let's assume that we have almost the same as this year, and is roughly 1,200 euro. Based on this, the latest board approved this kind of proposal. That was the IT resources for the next incoming year will be reduced to 1,500 euro because Mattermost will be absolutely done. And then communication, because we would like to support the communication, and not only the ECI initiative, but we would like to start with it. It will be 1,500 euro. And then, yes, I know that you add the fund, the motion number 4, but actually it's pretty funny because we approved this as a motion. That means that I can put, of course, in the proposal, but what I was talking is to add this later because it's the money are there, so we know how to spend. So if we have to add this, probably it makes a little no sense to have the proposal, the budget proposal before done. That's what I was talking about. So we also would like to get rid as a board of the GDPR staff, and we kindly ask Ottavio to please help us and he provide us at least a role. Let's say it's not an invoice, of course. It's just a provisional thing. A consultant that gives everything to be GDPR compliant, and it was around 1,500 euro. And then we would like to put a reserve of 500 euro for administrative, and the React reserve reduced to 500 euro. Then, you see, if we have to add also a budget that is up to 3,000 euro, let's say that without this was our previous proposal. Without this, we will have a loss of 4,300 euro, and a new balance at the end of the next year by more or less 8,000 euro. Of course, if you add 3,000 more euro here in the budget proposal, the difference will be roughly 7,000 euro, and the budget will be reduced to 5,000 euro at the end of the next year. But this gives beside numbers, because of course these are numbers, are simply arithmetic. I would like to say that the most important thing is the one I already said before. I mean, according to our statutes, the treasurer should ask to all treasurers about the budget proposal and so on. That is actually what I did. I mean, when I sent the invoice, I asked all of, I'd say not treasurer, because sometimes I just send the invoice to some international coordinates, or maybe there are parties that don't have literally a figure like a people, like a treasurer. So it's a collective, group. And honestly, I think that beside the original idea was absolutely great, because it makes no sense that you see the treasurer just proposed the invoice. Actually, the treasurer should be the one who collect the fees, the one who be responsible that the things that has to be paid are paid, and nothing want to be paid, and also responsible for transparency of the invoices paid. But beside of this, I think that what we should really move on is that we should talk, and we are now in a great position that for the very first time we collected all the money and we can do literally 2 budgets. So let's say a provisional budget for the next year and consolidating the budget for this year. So we have finally, let's say, a temporal line that we can follow. Of course, I'm glad for this, because it's not up to me, it's basically up to you members, to all of you. And what I would like now to say is that first we should talk about goals, and then after a council, when we just have a goals like, for instance, found for motion number 4, 3,000 euro, fine, we put the money there, and only after that we can talk. The treasurer should be the one who say, okay, let me see, I try to fulfill the mandate of the council, and that's the proposal budget, right? In my opinion, goals should always come first, and also because a goal can be, as the French pirates just said before, yes, we know that we're not an LTD, but we should take, at least for them, and I also could agree on this, we won't say, let's go, we won't lose too much money, because otherwise we recognize that our goals are fine, but we don't want to go under certain line, and this is totally fine. I totally agree with all this, different position. What I was saying is that now it's time to discuss it. So if you have any question regarding numbers, I'm here to answer you. And I think that my opinion about the expenses, because also about goals, because I already expressed this. I'm totally in favor to try to reach the huge goal of being recognized as a European political party. Not only for money. I do not want to manage all that money, but because it's a political result. And then because we will have money to handle a lot of, and it really help a lot of individual pirates members campaign. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alexandra, for all the informative action. I would like to give floor to this to the speakers who are already raising their hand. So the first one was Perek from French Pirates, and then Bastian from German Pirates.
Yes, hello. So first, I want to say that the French Pirate Party concurs with the attitude of being goal-oriented, and that the goal that we are fixing for ourselves are, of course, something we want to strive for. But we consider that the current attitude that we have to budget planning is not as responsible as we would like it to be. We are planning for a budget that we are already burning out at a really high speed and just adding more and more costs to it. And we have actually no idea about the likelihood and the volume of money that is going to be coming in to pay for this. The budget as it is proposed also seems very high level and not so detailed as we see it, that we would like to run through a more detailed justification of individual costs when it comes to different services we're paid for, when it comes to the GDPR functions that we want to outsource, when it comes to IT and the individual services that are being offered, and the possibility of costs attached to that. And we want to run market studies when that is actually something that is needed. Why are we hiring this consultant rather than that one? Why are we using Mattermost as opposed to free solutions that cover our needs maybe better? These are things that we believe should be raised in discussion a little bit more, rather than just piling things on top of each other on a budget that is already sinking at really high speed. That is the position that we have right now.
I see. Thanks for the contribution. Now Bastian is on the speaking list.
Thank you. I just calculated the budget, and I think Alessandro make an overview that the figures are not correct in the summary, but that's not the main problem. The difference between 100 euros and 600 euros. So you can fix it in meanwhile. So, but the problem is, I think if any member pays their fee, we have 1,750 euros for 2021, and we spend 1,500 for the IT resources. I do not know whether we need so much money for that, and we need 1,500 for a GDPR consultant, and I'm GDPR licensed auditor, and I don't think that we have GDPR problems we have no data banks, we have just some mail accounts, we have mailing lists, and that's it, and a web page. If you want to spend 1,500 for a professional audit, I think we need it every year, sorry. And if you have the wish, if you want to have a professional audit, you have to declare that why. Otherwise, we have a lot of GDPR licensed consultants in the parties, and they can help us with a minimum fee, so you can source it out. And maybe prior to that, you have to ask for offers by the members or the combined members, whatever. But 1,500 is too much for this little party. Thank you.
Okay, I see no hands risen, so I will start answering from the position of chairperson to the last comment. Regarding GDPR, my understanding of the discussion in Milan in the last year was that it is actually a will of council to have proper GDPR check. It was stated a couple times over there. So my understanding was that there is a political will to do so. However, shouldn't it be the case, then please provide us the type of feedback, because as Alessandro previously stated, so far we have requested from the council members the feedback as the statutes are expecting us to do. However, we have to the point received none, just like now when we presented the proposal. So if it's not the case that this council is willing to support the GDPR consultation, then please state it, because it's your power to decide within this organization. Regarding the other requests, there was a question regarding the Mattermost. So far, we have approved to find a server that would cost maximum 100 euro a month. It's just like a standard server. We are renting from a company to have resources for running the Mattermost. As said previously, the Mattermost has some 260 users. Roughly 80 of them are using it on the daily basis, exchanging data, exchanging pictures, files, and so on. So that's why we use it. We do not pay any single cent for the license. We use just like the non-proprietary features of that system, and we are not heading towards like paying for the for any additional cost. So we are this is simply a cost for the hardware. There was previously during this meeting discussion regarding exchange of data and technical cooperation among the parties. What will be needed is to sort of like set up a central hub for this data exchange, because whatever second chamber, whatever tool for online decision making you are talking about, there has to be a computer which it is being installed on. So far, what we can do is to use the spare capacity of that respective Mattermost server and install it over there. Of course, there are always cybersecurity risks by means like if you have more services at one single server, it of course provides like certain danger that it will be misused. Like if one of the services is breached by attacker, it can escalate the rights and occupy the whole server. So it is theoretically better to have it separated to more servers. However, so far, like we have this one, and should we have another one, it would be additional costs, and that's something you would probably not hear happily. So that's where we are and what we can do. Should we have no server at all, we will probably be able to do no IT projects at all. I'm not sure whether there were more questions. Yeah, there were questions regarding the media costs or PR costs. We were being mandated in Milan to run the campaign to support the ECI initiative. And also we have been mandated just like 20 minutes ago to run the campaign to support the encryption. Should there be any sort of like graphic, should there be any sort of like paid advertisement or whatsoever, as a part of this campaign, it had to be paid by the association. Of course, we can run a campaign on fully voluntarily base. That's also a possibility. However, should it be the will of the council to limit the campaigning for just like voluntary work with social media, then it should be also clearly stated here and now. So far, I believe that's what I was supposed to answer, and as a currently serving chairperson, now I'm backing to my position of chair of this meeting, and I'm really like looking forward for your questions and comments. Yeah, there is a hand risen from Thomas Gaul.
Yeah, hello. Well, just that thing I'm missing in the budget so far. If I have got it correctly, there is still the intention to get the PPU being registered, so we might collect better money in the future from the European Union or elsewhere. So I'm missing those costs. Have you some estimation or any so far given aim when going to register? And I believe it will cost us some money.
There is a budget line called administrative costs that is being intended for that purposes. Effectively, what is being intended to use it for are expenses for registration in Luxembourgish Business Chamber, which costs some 30 euro for a single change in the register. The changes from that were done in Milan, and after the May meeting, I've paid from my own pocket, and I'm not going to ask for reimbursements. So, Alessandro, I think you can strike out the expected costs of 400 that were mentioned at the beginning of your presentation. But there will be, of course, like recurring expense of that type immediately after this meeting, as we elect the new board and change the statutes, or we have actually done that. Regarding the registration in the as a political party, I believe this is something that is being done in a way that one needs to submit respective papers to the office of European office sitting in the European Parliament. So far, I know there are no fees for submitting that, but should there be some fees, I believe we will use this administrative costs or we will find a workaround. Should it cost more than 500? Yeah, that's the intention. The expectation is, so to say, that there will be some people from the MEP group or some other friends operating in Belgium or respectively Brussels. So all the stamps, signatures, copies of IDs and stuff like that that will be necessary will be brought to the office by someone who is actually sitting in that area or staying in that area. So we will need no travel expenses to make it happen. I mean, like, we definitely want to have this process as cost efficient as possible. However, we still need to count with some translations or whatever could happen. I hope it answers your question. Yeah, I see a request for a word from Alessandro.
Yes, Mikolas, just thank you. I would like to answer to you all, especially to the French pirate, because it's a good point. Actually, you raise a couple of good points to discuss. I will pick up the latest one. You were asking there is no technician, why there is still no technical committee, right, discussing which functional costs and actually just if I justified or not. No, because it's fine. I know I mean, it's perfectly fine. You say we are putting here 1,500 euro of IT costs, and you know, regarding what has to be done first, what has to be done later, and even why we should move this, you know, using DigitalOcean instead of Hetzner or a check, you know, this is totally fine. The thing is, we have to know, because actually what the board is. The board is just an executive part of our structure, right? So we can say yes. This has the mandate to do this, or no, they don't have enough competencies, or what's up, what is going on my roof. They have, you know, they need to a technical, let's say, a technical committee, right? I would like to say that generally speaking is fine, but the thing is that each new organization you put, each team, each new stuff you put in an organization has to be, you know, in such a way you have to consider the whole organization. I think that for now, I'm not saying that we are doing a good job. I'm just defending the thing that right now the board, that is actually 9-person actually, has enough competence and space to and sensibility also to take this decision by itself, and it doesn't need an additional committee to do this. Because of what? Because actually we let's say let's say the GDPR consultant, I am totally glad to remove the line because beside of this, you know, that the website and the mail, our email, are donated by Bastian actually, right? So otherwise it will cost another 1,000 of euro, by the way. So if there are any one of us that say, yes, me, myself, or my organization will do this for free, I'm totally glad to withdraw this. The thing is, Mikuláš said before, is that we cannot get rid of say because it's simple. It's just we don't need to spend time on it, and time means money, So I think that it's important to clarify that GDPR is something we have to think about. So if we don't put money there, we have to put at least time or even money, not from all of us, but from me, from Bastian, from Mikuláš. I went to Prague to try to register myself in the bank account. Of course, it's not in that administrative account. I simply said, okay, I pay the flight, I pay the room, and then I come back. So this is also another point that I would like to introduce. Dramatically lowering our finances. It's true. Let's say, imagine that we will approve today the budget as it is. Let's do this exercise. I will just a second. I will share again my screen. Imagine that we will approve the budget as it is right now. You see, we will reduce, let's say, our account from roughly 1/3, maybe half. From 12,000 to 5,000. Okay, it seems a huge difference. 7,000, right? So. And I say yes, but actually we reduce. Imagine why we are doing this, because we have money and we're trying to do our best effort this year. No, I mean nothing, because this money comes from us. The real difference is when this money wouldn't come from us, the members. Right? We have only 1,012 euros due to, let's say, I don't know, it's 1,156 divided by 50. I should put an equal, right? Yes, otherwise it's not working, right? Not 3, make it 3. Okay, let's say that we have 24 votes, right? We have 24 votes. So that means that it's just like 24 multiplied by 50, right? So imagine if we multiply by 300 as just 1 year before. And if this budget comes from us and we have to rely only on this, we can easily adopt if we need to change strategy later on. That doesn't mean that this is correct. We can always adapt this. But the thing is that the real difference is when the budget do not come from ourselves. This is another point we have to consider. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alessandro, for answering that. Are there any more comments, questions, proposals regarding the budget?
Well, by the way, sorry, Mikuláš, because this is our, let's say, the board proposal. But as far as I can see, let's switch the light on. We need to approve a proposal. So if you want to, just drop something out, do it. It's a good occasion. Otherwise, we have to vote on this. And it's better to have another proposal that is a consensual proposal and that they can pass, instead of having no proposal at all or pass, because otherwise, even the found staff or IT resources, the next board we will be totally powerless. you.
I see hand raising from Thomas.
Yeah, hello again. Well, just simple ideas. Well, maybe given amount for 2,500 on GDPR might be, like, so to say, given lower to 1,000, and the board may ask for, so to say, who will help us out and will us get the, so to say, the cheapest offer. That's one possibility. But on the other hand, on the reactive reserve, I believe whatever, if there's 500 or 1,000, I believe that would be a bit low. I would go for a 1,500, for example, just in need. And I know the board can come into such situation to use this additional React fund.
Speaking practically, I would not object that. But of course, it is very much up to council how much it trusts the board and how much it wants to have, let's say, flexibility by terms of what the board can spend without, like, previously on the council acknowledging the exact purpose. But yeah, it is exactly for unexpected expenses that have to be covered and were not planned. And goodbye, Arndis, because she's already leaving. Are there any more questions, comments, or proposals? Because so far it is that way that there were some things being discussed. Exile.
Yes, well, I don't have the sheet quite now open. As Alexandra told us, not everybody in the sheet, it would collapse. But as far as I remember, there is a React reserve of €1,000 for the board to React. So I would suggest to give the board a little bit more of flexibility in there. That's it, React reserve 500. I would like to increase this amount, at least a double. I would say 1,500 would be better, to have the board the possibility to react on certain circumstances.
Okay, I see hand risen from Julius.
Yeah, I just want to add that I agree with that. Having more flexibility for a new board, the focus might change. Who knows? So rather than limit what can be done, to have more things to do. Yeah, thank you.
I see. Well, okay. So there were at least 3 comments in the direction to increase the reaction reserve of the board. If I would suggest to increase it to 1,500 in the board's proposal, would there be an objection to such a procedural motion?
Actually, Miklos, this is the first, except the found €3,000 for motion 4 that the council just approved just today. This is the board proposal, right? So I think that we can just create a proposal to be approved. And in my opinion, we don't need the procedural. I mean, we don't need to have counter proposal. But this is my opinion.
I would personally prefer to have a single consensual proposal. However, now I'm trying to reach it, so that's why I'm asking whether we are moving towards consensus. Should we be changing reaction reserve from 500 to 1,500? Because I believe if there will be a consensus in the council, the board can easily take this change. Or adapt to this change. Okay, I see no hands risen from anyone within the council, which neither Injitsi nor anything in the Mattermost chat. So my understanding is that actually the council will is to have in the proposal of budget 1,500 for reaction reserve instead of 500. Are there any more proposals to change this draft we are discussing now? I see a hand risen from Patrick from Party of Slovenia. Please speak.
Yes, hi. I have a question which is perhaps more of an afterthought, but I thought, would it not have been perhaps more sensible to discuss motion 4 also now with the budget, since it takes up quite a large part of the expenses, more than a third even?
The motion 4 was actually adopted, which resulted into the fact that the board adopted the proposal for budget. However, should there be now in the discussion another opinion regarding this expense? I think it should be stated.
Well, I think the current opinion of the Slovenian Pirate Party is certainly that this is perhaps, if we are considering to be in the red already, a bit too high of an expense, that it would make more sense to have also the core European Pirate Party have enough strength and budget to be prepared also for IT stuff other than just outsourcing to projects by members.
So do I understand it properly that you are requesting to strike out the respective line for that was corresponding to the motion 4 that is currently on the line 28 of the EtherCalc spreadsheet, which consists of this 3,000?
That would be the idea, yes.
Okay. Is there anyone who would be objecting that idea? I see Alessandro is willing to speak. Please do speak.
No, sorry. Let the Czech pirates speak, because I already spoken too much.
So I see hand risen from David. Please do speak.
I see that we have voted for this motion like a few hours ago, and I think that we can sure think about making it lower and so on, and probably in the first year it would be problematic to even get to the 3,000 euros mark with meaningful projects. But I do not think we should strike it out completely, because that would be really just backtracking on the decision we took today. On the other hand, I would maybe even suggest striking out the GDPR consultant completely, because that is exactly something that can actually be funded via the fund that we set up today.
Okay, so the idea to strike out the respective budget line for 3,000 for motion 4 was objected. And there was a proposal to strike out the GDPR consultancy.
Completely?
Sorry?
Completely? The GDPR
if I'm not mistaken, the David proposals was to strike it out completely. I see then a hand risen from Thomas, and I see then hand risen from Katla.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as for the fund of 3,000, we've already decided upon it, so to say, in my belief, with motion number 4, although I'm inclined to say, well, let's change it, but I believe the decision had been made. It is our task to take care that it's in the budget. How to deal with the 3,000 euros will be up to the board, I believe. And please do not strike out the money for a GDP consultant. I still go up for lowering it. Thank you.
Okay, I would interpret it as an objection against striking out GDPR completely. And I see a hand risen from Katla.
Yes, hi. I didn't really assume that the amount of 3,000 euro would stay. I think we all kind of just forgot to deal with the amount when we were thinking about how we should make this happen. And I really don't think the whole amount would be used in the first year. But so I'm just wondering, can we make a motion to just lower the amount now? We could even, put it down, like, say 2,000. Would that be too much for the first year? Or is the procedural rules of the meeting, do they allow for us to lower the amount at this point?
Shall I explain opinion about the procedural motion? I think should the budget will actually contain a lower number than the original motion 4, then the money will be paid from the treasury as long as the budget is sufficient to cover it, and then it stops. So effectively, when we are restricting the money here, from my point of view, or from my understanding, the budget stays over all the other decisions rather than statutes. Exile.
Yes, as I am fearing that we're not moving towards consensus, so proposing each of us new amendments, I would think that we already agreed on this 500 on the GDPR consultant, and we already heard now several times, probably we won't need this whole 3,000 for the motion 4 fund. So what would be perhaps a solution to get a consensus is to add line 28 found motion 4 and line 29 reactor reserve in one item, giving not the full 3,000 up to the reactor reserve, but at least 1,500.
Okay, I have a bit problem to record this this respective amendment, but there is a hand risen from Peric from French Pirates and then Katla. There is some problem with your mic.
Yes.
Much better.
Sorry. Yeah, I have a separate toggle that I have to turn on every time. This is more of a general statement about the budget proposal than a proposition to amend it. So members of the Pirate Party of France have voiced their will to emit their concerns regarding the assurance that the board is taking properly evaluated decisions on technical and functional needs of the party. And this is why we're calling for a more technically oriented discussion group to take place before pushing lots of large, high-level numbers into the expenses budget. So we will be writing a motion proposing for technical council to be formed. Failing such a thing, we would still appreciate more granularity and more visibility on the detail and justification of individual expenses. And in the meantime, we will be voting against this budget proposal. Thank you.
I think it is pretty possible to have supplementary motions accompanying the budget. So, should you be willing to propose the technical group? Maybe you can phrase the motion now if you are willing to do so. Katla, please.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe the council meeting could just trust the upcoming board to not spend all the money, and then we could just finish this vote and move on. I'm tired. Sorry.
Alessandro?
Yes, it's a good. I think that it's a good, absolutely a good thing to have such a motion from the French Pirates. The thing is that because now we are discussing here about the budget for the next year. So, of course, if the French Pirates say that the board shouldn't have the capacity to define the budget for IT, and we need a technical, let's say, committee that propose to the board spending and also all the technical details to be fulfilled. It will be for sure for the next one, because I don't see how it can be for this one, because you have to, the motion has to be set up as to pass, and then we have to issue this committee. But as far as I understood properly from Thomas, I think that we can at least not withdraw completely, but reduce to 500 the GDPR consultant budget, hoping that we are doing it within this money, and if not, maybe we can use the React reserve, because React reserve is something that
trust
unexpected. And I would say also that I wouldn't lowering the budget for fund for motion number 4, because it is also 3,000 euro doesn't mean that we have to spend them all, and we have to, otherwise if we reduce it, that probably you're right, Nicolas, we can do it here, because budget is something that is not only one thing related, but it contains the whole thing. Maybe we can say to the next board, please take care that you don't have to spend everything. I personally do trust in people, so I don't know who said this before, probably you, Katla. So I think that whatever the next board will be, I think that these numbers are stating. The only thing that I regret is that the French Pirates are thinking that we need a technical committee for 1,500 euro to be spent. That is actually, in my opinion, not that much.
Okay, I see hand risen from Julius.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering, compared to like the funds that PPIS has, for example, this doesn't seem that high of an amount. Is there a, I don't know, report from past years to compare?
I will answer your question. This is actually the very first year we have approved a budget. So this is actually the very first year we have had some spendings from our treasury, to my knowledge.
Yeah,
So far, this is the first time we are really having this political discussion about like having the budget. And
Yeah.
that's why it is maybe a bit complicated, and we are finding the consensus or trying to reach the consensus now. And I have to admit, I really appreciate the position of French pirates to ask for like strong fiscal discipline, because we need to find our way and we need to balance all the interests. That's very political discussion, and it's very legitimate to have clear opinions here. So it's very appreciated.
So also like the yeah, that makes a lot more sense since this is the first year.
It is, but the only thing we have to compare is this year actually.
Okay.
And if you can see here, this was the account balance, and these are our expenses. So even if we just drop it out for hundreds of administrative staff, this is what we have, and this is what we will spend during all this year, and it comes only for IT resources.
Yeah.
Not cost.
I mean, I think it makes sense having reliable, you know,
I know, I agree with you.
reliable tech like for Mattermost, and everything working correctly and being safe and secure. So spending a few euros here and there to at least make things more available for more people is a good idea.
Okay, I see a hand risen from Parik again from French Pirates.
Yes, hi. So I wanted to bounce back on your points, and first off, clarify that we are expressing our disagreement with the method by which the budget is being both constructed and presented. And this is what the vote partly means. Now, about 1,500 euros being a relatively small budget expense, that is correct, but not according to us within the context of the amount of deficit versus the amount of balance that we have currently at the parity of Europe. We believe this to be a bit more of an emergency to tackle than it seems to be considered at this point. And more, I guess, more generally speaking, and more importantly, in the big picture, we are talking about future budgets being not in the 10,000s, but possibly in the hundreds of thousands of euros to manage. And then it will become at this point, both in the transition towards that and also in the situation where we would be managing such funds, it would become even more of a justified process to be discussing properly and with expert information available and with a fully fledged decisional process what we are doing with that money. And this is not only an issue of funds management for us. It's also an issue of being clean and upholding the ideals of transparency and accountability, and everything being done for a perfectly justified technical reason. And money not being wasted is one of the concerns, but not the only one. And for us, this is as much of an ideological point as it is purely utilitarian management. Thank you.
I see no hand risen. I would like to maybe react to the last comment. I agree with you that we should have much more clear rules about spending the money. So far, we have never ever spent money until this year, and this is kind of like new things what we are doing here. And the only thing which is currently regulating that process are our statutes. I mean, like most of the parties, they have some additional regulation regarding spending of the money. However, so far we are really like constructing that based just on the habits we get from our home parties. So maybe it would be useful should we have a sort of like working group to really like clarify these rules, because at that point I'm not really even able to tell you what is or how should or I don't know, like I understand you are asking for bigger granularity in the budget, but so far I am not really able to define it, and I see no definition in our rules. So that's probably should be provided, because the only guideline we have is the request in the statutes that our treasurer shall ask treasurers of the member parties. And so far we had no reply, neither from French Pirate Party nor from any other party, which means like we should really elaborate on this process, and we should really clarify this process. And yeah, especially when we are talking about managing 400,000 euro, but that's definitely for work. And like, should French pirates be willing to participate in working group to create such a regulation for European Pirate Party? It will be probably very good. And I see hand risen from Alessandro, so I'm not going to speak from my position anymore.
Yeah, yes, because I want to say only one thing. What's happened to my? Great. I want to say only one thing, that that's exactly the point. We are doing this, and it's an ongoing process. Right now, we strictly have no, literally, let's say, it's not that we have no rules, but we have just high-level rules, and I won't be there for sure to handle all that money, but I'm here, and we are here especially to achieve that goal. So it makes for me more sense to have now a working group about how to move from this situation that is also not so good for the procedure that the treasurer should report each 3 months to the members. What? Nothing, because we literally had nothing right now. So this working group makes much more sense than just having a technical working group that is deciding on technical expenses. That was my point, because actually I perfectly do agree with you. I mean, granularity, transparency, clearness, but actually it is very clear, because we had done nothing. We have done nothing, and what. For provisional, for doing the best thing that we can do right now. Yes, this is the problem. So it's more important, in my opinion, to have a working group to how to create this structure. It's a bootstrap. So each structure, each organization has to have the clear rules that permits and allow itself to grow up. Otherwise, if you're overreacting or no reacting at all, you will never grow up.
I see a hand risen from Desertold.
Thank you. Just a few quick remarks. The thing is, we are now discussing like over an hour if we're doing like 7,000 or 8,000 in the raids. I think it'd be nice just for next time to have an expected amount and a maximum amount, not just some numbers that then are declared to us are probably not going to happen. I think the GDPR consultant thing is a total waste of money. I must say, Pirate Party Austria is not going to vote for a budget that is not sustainable. If we have a budget like that for 2 years, we are bankrupt. So that's what we have to say. Thank you.
I
Okay.
think we should move on. I mean, to solve the issue, because it's we can, as a board. I mean, I can provide a proposal that is to reduce the GDPR consultant, let's say, budget to €500, and that's it. I think about decision. Yeah, of course. But the thing is that now I do agree. But the thing is that now we need to make a synchronous decision. Unfortunately.
Sorry.
I see from Gregory.
Sorry, I remember there had been a counter proposal to strike GDPR line completely. Not only lower it, but also get rid of it. It was opposed, but it was still there. So.
Sorry, I forgot it.
Okay. Speaking about the procedure, we have had some proposals either to reduce the GDPR line or strike it out, if I'm not mistaken, and someone took that on the board. Then there were some proposals regarding the budget line 28 corresponding to the fund. And there is a hand raised from Veronica, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I took notes about the proposals into the Etherpad. And as far as I know, from Patrick, there was a proposal to strike out the line with the fund of €3,000 completely. If that still stands. Then there was one to strike out the GDPR completely. Katla was asking about procedural motion to lower the amount for the fund to €2,000. And that's it from the... Oh yeah, and then from Exile, proposal to add motion for and react into one item. And lower the kind of total amount to €2,500.
Okay. Is there a proposal from either Austrian pirates or French pirates how to provide an alternative solution for the budget that would be acceptable for you?
I can't say how we can fix this until tomorrow. I mean, we could spend another hour on trying to do 500 way there or something else, but I mean, we are at least 5,000 over what we should spend.
May I speak?
Perek, please.
Yes, the idea that was discussed with the French pirates was to possibly request audit process for our needs exactly, and how they can be reduced. I mean, how can the expenses be reduced, which are vital and which are not, which can be replaced. We would like to have a clear process of evaluating what can be done to have a better result, because we also believe that this is too far in the red.
Mm-hmm. Julius?
Yeah, so I was wondering, what are the outstanding debts currently? And I also have something regarding the GDPR. On what grounds would it be feasible to cut the spending for that? And have you had any estimates on how much money it would take to make everything tip top in regards to GDPR? Because the fines can be pretty hefty.
So far, if I'm not mistaken, the only estimates we have came from Octavia, who was consulting the respective company. So maybe if she's here, she can clarify on that issue, but I don't see her here. Hand is risen from David.
I would like to ask about there was a proposal for an audit, but honestly, from my experience with budgets like this, even for an NGO, the prices of audit are really close to the budgets we are talking about. So could you please clarify what kind of audit do you have in mind and who should have done that? Because that's pretty important right now.
Well, failing the possibility for this time of hiring specialists from like a third party, we have many members who are skilled in technical matters and who are probably willing to help. We would need to consider this is we think is very late to be discussing these matters, and they should have been discussed before this meeting. That is exactly why we are asking for a committee to be formed. Now that this is not the case, we could delay the vote, or we will abstain or vote no anyway. And all we are requesting is a clear and impartial evaluation, and making sure that if there is something that we can do in the case of the current emergency, then it will be done, and make sure that this does not come up again.
I believe what can be done is that there will be created some supplementary motions for the budget, and if you are not, even if you are not willing to vote for the budget specifically, you can definitely support such a motion. What could be done is, for example, having some internal audit by means like, let's have a group independent of the board who is assessing all the invoices and all the spendings and provides an independent report to the next council about like what is going on regarding the spendings. That's a thing we can do. Second thing that was previously mentioned was this idea of having working group of like, let's elaborate a regulation on finances and within the organization that will define these important issues like granular minimum of spending, requirements for transparency, and so on. And for, that would be another possibility. Third thing I see as a possible solution out of this situation is postponing this budget discussion later in our agenda for example, tomorrow. That's also possible. To be able to provide a counter proposal that would better fit to all the needs. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Some what I see as a possible procedural proposals how to solve the situation.
May I, Milos, just a second?
Yep.
Sorry, but I don't think that of course now we are a bit stuck, because even if we just move this budget approval until tomorrow, I think that, you know, the thing is that why this budget there are two level of discussion. The first is a political level. Let's say there are some people that say we can count next year on 2,570.44 euro. That means that a good budget cannot exceed spending, let's say, 400 euro. Okay, this is on top of every discussion. And later on, there is another problem that this is because this is the very first time that we are now, not before, collecting requests, because our business requests, our goals are coming from members, and we are doing this now. So there is no way to approve a budget tomorrow, because tomorrow we will be in the same situation as today, right? Unless the only thing that is, let's say, approved is that we have to put 3,000 euro on found motion for the motion number 4. So and I didn't get the point about audit. Audit is not what we have to do. What we have to do is not to prepare a budget that is not prepared because we don't have. It seems that we need to say, okay, these are goals, right? So goals, that means that then we pass the goals to, let's say, something that say, to achieve this, the better solution is this one. Great. So we put a budget line back. Then we have this goal, promote ECI, promote this, promote that. Good. What do we have to do? To buy this, buy this, buy this, buy this. We come back here and we say, these are the point on the budget. And guess what? I will tell you guys, even if we consider this budget completely wrong, 2,570.44 euros is what we have, right? And even if we strike out the GDPR consultant, then we have communication. If you want to reduce the resources until what? 200 euro? Yes, we can. We can for sure. But that means that with 200 euro, you won't be able to do almost anything, because you have to clarify first. Exactly. If you want more detail, you have to clarify the requests more detailed. This is the very first time that we have requests. So the point is, do we need the detailed request from our council members? If yes, no way. We can just say, okay, guys, let's do a working group that we will collect the requests. And within this year, December 31st, it will be back to we are not in hurry. We can vote on the budget proposal for the next year, even in January, because we will pay Mattermost server within the previous budget. So we are done for this year. We are totally done. And that's the big point. Thank you.
Okay. Should we have a decision about the budget in January? Then it would mean that we would not be too much able to do meanwhile, and we would have to organize another council meeting. It's definitely a possible solution. However, it's inconvenient from the point of view of running the organization. I see a procedural motion from PPDE, from German Pirates, to ask for straw poll for limiting the budget 2021 to 7,500 euro. So please, could you raise your hand in Jitsi? Who does? Or Thomas, please explain this motion, idea.
Yeah, well, hope you can hear me. I believe it's much easier to say, well, good, let's go find a limit for this budget, and from therefore go onward to change the rest in the budget accordingly. So we might save time and find a result very soon. And it will not hinder us to go for next year and have an amendment if we have, for example, more money or new insights.
Yes. I mean, like, French pirates agree with wine. I believe what will happen is that we will have in the middle of the next year and another council meeting, as we had during this year. I hope it is the case. And that would be an opportunity to amend the budget, should we be willing to do so. But would be maybe better to have two council meetings after half year rather than immediately after each other in January. And we should have a working budget in between. Okay, there is the Zartol proposing that we should have an emergency budget 1,500 until the next council and bring up a new one in the next council. Okay. Any more questions, comments, proposals regarding the budget? Julius?
Yeah, I'm wondering, is it 1.5k for the GDPR? Or what is this budget for? Like the emergency one?
No, the idea was if you take like the percentages of the current given proposal and you take like 2 months or something, that gives you a certain amount, and then you do like a provisional budget until the next council meeting, which could be in February or March, and then we do the full budget for the year.
Ah, I see.
This would give us a lot more time to like further think how what we need, how we can get it at one, and maybe we could even have like an emergency budget until then if like stuff comes up.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree with that.
So please, Thomas, you have raised a procedural motion. Could you please clarify that?
Just repetition. There's still a procedural motion given by by Pirate Party of Germany to, so to say, limit the budget to 7,500 euros, and the rest can be, so to say, adopted accordingly. The rest for having it amended next year was a surplus, given as the opportunity to change the budget next year, maybe in the middle of the year, maybe in March, wherever. If we have new insights to certain figures, etc., and I believe it will be just decided, and it's just a small poll if it would be acceptable.
I see. Okay. So there is such a proposal to limit it to 1,500 from Pirate Party of Austria, to limit it for 7,500 for Pirate Party of Germany. May I ask for just a straw poll? I mean, like, could you please raise the hand if you agree with the proposal of Pirate Party of Germany? Just please raise the hand in Jitsi. I see hands risen from Slovenian pirates and German pirates. Okay, who is strictly opposing this idea? Could you please raise the hand in Jitsi? I saw hand risen from Catalan pirates. Okay. Let's go for straw poll on the Austrian proposal. So who would be tending to agree with the idea to cap the budget on 1,500? Please hand rise in Jitsi. Austria, Germany, Slovenia. Who would be strictly opposing that idea? Please raise hands. Netherlands. Okay. And may I ask, just last straw poll, who would be willing to stick to the original budget and somehow adapt it? Raise hand, please. I see Czechia, Netherlands, Young Pirates, Catalonia, and Italy. Okay, who would be strictly opposing the idea to go further with the original proposal? That would be Germany. Germany. Okay, no one else is raising the hand. So my feeling from the assembly is that there is the strongest backing to somehow amend the original budget as it is proposed by the board. Would anyone object that conclusion? Doesn't seem that way. So let's reopen the discussion. Anyone willing to provide any comments, proposals, and so on? Bastian?
Oops, yeah, yes. I want to make a proposal to that. We can adopt the budget as a provisional budget until the next council meeting, because nobody knows when we have a council meeting in real. Might be in the spring, might be later, and I think the board has to do some things, and they are bound strictly to keep all money in their pockets, and so I think we can make the decision like that we decide that budget only for provisional reasons, and we have to adopt it finally in the next council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, that would be also a procedural motion. I see a hand risen from Young Pirates. Tomasz, please speak. Or if it's forgotten from the straw polls, then please lower the hand. Okay, so the hand is lowered. Okay. Alessandro, please speak.
I don't know, sorry, which kind of procedure we have to put in place. Do we? I would like to, because Bastian said that Article 21 is valid. So we can call it whatever we want. Provisional budget, extraordinary budget, but little budget. But what is clear from now that from my opinion, from the board, from the council, is that we're not able to approve a budget today, nor tomorrow, nor probably within 3 weeks. So if we have to fulfill some status law or whatever, we can just approve, let's say, a limited budget. That is what Ron was saying before. Let's say that we approve 1,000 and 1,000 of the provisional budget. This will should cover all the needs for the new elected board for tomorrow to handle stuff, right? Let's say whatever it's yeah, let's say Christmas budget for you. Great definition. Or I would prefer New Year's Eve budget, so I can buy a bottle of wines. And then with the full commitment, not for the board but for the council, to create a working group and to work on the budget 2021 based on what we were talking about before. So we can have money to do some stuff right now, and we got out of the impasse. Otherwise, we can stay here. I have to go to the supermarket because otherwise I will starve.
Same problem. The discussion is quite long already, and it is really problematic to find a conclusion. Yeah, and the delegates are becoming starving, which is a real problem because that violates the consensus. Okay, so to clarify it, let's have a procedural vote. Should the discussion about the budget be postponed for tomorrow, as it was previously mentioned, for, let's say, after the lunch? So we reopen or after the elections of the board. That's probably the best conclusion. So we will discuss this particular budget again, and meanwhile prepare maybe counter proposals for Christmas budget and the supplementary motions. Or do we want to resolve it now?
I think you should read Roland's counter proposal thing there.
I see the counter proposal. Okay, so there is a counter proposal from Pirate Party of Austria. That's a thing that should be recorded. Okay, so I guess we have bunch of proposals and counter proposals. Veronica, would you be able to summarize all the proposals?
I'm trying really hard. Yeah. Do you want it from the beginning of the budget discussion?
Yes.
Okay. So, are we going to vote straight away, or shall I just put it into like a separate document? Because there's
I would prefer to have first overview of the amendments that are being on the table to give the people opportunity to provide other amendments or procedural motions or withdraw their proposals, and then have a vote on them.
Perfect. So first one, we have a proposal to decrease the GDPR to €500, which I think that was already implemented there. Then from Perek to strike out the fund promotion 4 completely. Then there was proposal to strike out GDPR completely. From Katla, we have to add motion 4 and React into one item of €2,500.
You can strike that motion.
Okay, cool. And then we did the procedural motions, the straw poll, which is fine. 500 euro emergency budget, given on the percentages of current proposal. Procedural motion from Bastian to adopt the budget as a provisional until the next council meeting. From Mikuláš to postpone the budget discussions until tomorrow after lunch. And council proposal from Pirate Party Austria that the council agrees on a provisional budget given at the current budget proposal. Amounts can be spent to the proportional months past, and the budget will be amended at the next council, and a work group will be formed to craft a new budget proposal.
I see. Okay, that's quite exhaustive list. Would you be able, please, to list all the proposals to some wiki or pad so that everyone will be able to read it, and we will vote on them in, let's say, 15 minutes?
Okay, I don't have the wiki. I don't have access to wiki, but I shall create a pad.
I will assist
you. Let's put them one after another in the pad.
I will assist you, Veronica.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so 15 minutes break until quarter to 6, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, see you then.
Hi, sorry. What time were we going to come back?
1:45.
All right.
Enough time to open wine.
I would say in 7 minutes. We are still
The wine is
working
here.
in the pad to kind of like prepare the votations, because it will be a bit complicated from here to proceed from here.
Why did I get my first separate hearing on a vote like this?
I just have a question. When would be the most appropriate time to perhaps change my proposal?
I love you.
I think if you want to change your proposal, then you can tell it now, because we are now trying to merge the proposals which are kind of like contradicting each other, so that we have kind of like somehow sequential decision making to get out of this mess, because it's really messy.
Yes, well, then for my proposal of it striking out, in light of what I've heard also from the other pirates, I would perhaps suggest rather more compromise, and that is a fund with 1,500 euros.
Okay.
Rather than just striking it out completely.
So it will be later on repeated for record, but then. Okay.
We are once again, because we are talking about the Austrian counter proposal. The council agrees on a provisional budget given at the current 2021 budget proposal. Amounts can be spent proportionally to the months past. The budget will be amended in the next council. A work group is formed to craft a new budget proposal. This is what we have from the Austrian pirates. Is this right? There is no 1,500 in there.
That was the second kind of the first one was an emergency budget of 1,500, but after the straw poll, I think that's out of the picture.
The PPAT counter proposal is still there, but what Patrick was talking about right now was his earlier proposal to strike out the fund completely.
Okay.
Sorry, just to be sure, I updated the wiki page. Is that correct, or is it something else?
Well, we are still working on that in the pad. So currently, the biggest issues are ongoing on lines 476 plus. Because so far it looks we will have something like 5 to 7 votes to get it out of this of this thing.
And this is because of French pirates. Remember it.
I would not blame any no single pirate party. I would just say we need the process of collecting of the the feedback from the member parties be taken much more seriously, because if we get feedback during the meeting, we do have to react during the meeting. It would be great should we have.
I don't mean blaming. I was saying thanking.
Well, this is the thing. We have expressed our disagreement with this process, and we also disagree with the idea of voting for everything at the last minute during the board meeting, when there should be a lot more discussion taking place. And this is not a way of doing things that we want to support. So we weren't going to just like stand aside and disregard our strong opinion about this. I'm sorry if it makes the whole process a little bit more tedious for today.
You don't have to. You don't have to. Absolutely, that's totally fine. I was kidding before, of course.
That's absolutely fine. Like we should have the proposal being prepared also. That's for sure. I mean, absolutely. The good part is that after this whole procedural thing, we will probably learn to prepare it better for next time. This is also a big kind of like challenge for us. By the way, may I ask the French pirates if you would like to kind of like codify your objections by terms of procedure of preparation as a separate like motion that we will be voting now?
Yes, absolutely. We would be adding, in this case, a motion or a votation for the decision to be delayed by some amount of time before the end of the year, and to have a clear process, a meeting about it, or maybe a discussion group that would discuss it over the next few weeks and then come to an agreement and have a vote. We think that it would just be a healthier process altogether than having a rushed kind of vote on all these different options on how to handle the budget.
We are preparing currently the votations. It's in the pad with minutes on lines 476 plus. So would you maybe phrase it as votation 6 or as a proposal so that we can take it into account?
Yeah, surely. Do you want me to put into writing?
Yeah. If you could put it into writing, so we can put it. I don't know whether it is kind of like competing motion towards any other motion, or what is your desired effect. But then.
Yeah, no, it could be votation 6. Let me just write it up. I will send it in the chat.
Well, I do have a question. Well, if I look at line 586 and forward, there are two votations number 4, which are, well, both are clinging to some kind of a budget. And I'm still wondering, I believe the wiki has an amended proposal given from the board, which, for example, claims only 500 for the GDPR. So I'm a bit mixed up of how to deal with all these motions at the very moment. I'm confused, to be honest.
That's absolutely understandable. Like the situation is that we have consolidated all the amendments to the PET, and so far I am afraid that the wiki does not yet consist of all the motions, because there was an additional proposal coming from someone that is currently being marked.
Yeah, what we should find out, I've no idea. Sorry, Ixo, I know you've done your best. Rotation number 5, I've no idea who brought up the proposal.
Votation number 5, you mean the...
Votation 5 is from Mikuláš, procedural motion to postpone the budget until tomorrow.
Well, there was a mistake in the numbering of the votations, which is currently being in the wiki, because there are still 2 votations number 4. So I have done in the pad the renumbering, but I'm also unable to access the wiki. So in the wiki is still the old version, if I'm not mistaken.
Refresh the page, guys.
Okay, then it changed. Okay, so the reactor reserve was already taken on the board. So what is in the... that could be striked out. Okay, that's great. So I believe we have currently 5 votes that should be voted now in order to get out of this disagreement. And there is also something being prepared from the French pirates.
I sent it in the chat.
Sent in the chat.
So it's going to be votation 7.
Okay, so I would say this is a votation that should predate the last votation, because I think the last votation is just like postponing for tomorrow after lunch. So I think that one should be the one going ultimately last. So the one which is currently numbered as number 5 should be number 6, and the one coming from French pirates shall be incorporated as number 5.
So we have number 5 from the French, number 6 to adapt the proposal from the board, and number 7 procedural motion to tomorrow. Okay. 4, 5, 6.
You know that you're driving me mad, right?
Yeah, we understand that, and we are quite sorry for that.
I don't.
No, you're not. I know that you're not.
I think we can take the number 5 and number 6 as competing proposals, aren't they? I guess they are. And if I may ask to postpone, I would like to adapt my proposal so that it is postponed budget discussion after the board election, not after the lunch. It makes no sense to put it in the middle of to the middle of board election.
Okay, done. Can we close the time for counter proposals?
Well, let's amend the votation 5 then. So we have motion to delay by the deadline end of the year, and then counter from Mikuláš to postpone it for tomorrow. Yes.
Yes, I think this is what he said. we're working at two items at the same time in the pad and Alessandro in the wiki. That's what is causing the problems.
Because I'd like to see in the pad as well, so to say, the very, very current proposal by the board for the budget 2021. So I'm still confused between budget, amended proposal, etc., etc.
The link for the current budget proposal is in the pad. Maybe we can copy it somewhere.
I'm a bit puzzled about the current version in Wiki. Is anyone working on that, or what's the state of play?
Alessandro was working on that because I don't have access.
Yes, I'm working on it. I copied the first original budget proposal that was in the Etherpad at the very beginning, so everybody can see it. Then I have votation 1. Thomas decrease GDPR, David counter proposal, strike out GDPR completely. Votation 2, Patrick amend the motion 4. Votation 3, exile React budget will be increased to 1,000. Votation 4, motion, Bastian, PP, Austria, and that's it. Votation 5, delay the decision. Votation 6, Miklos procedural motion, postpone the budget. And votation 7, if it is correct, we can proceed. If it is not, we can stay here until midnight. I have a dozen of bottle of wines. So
no problem. I would just ask you if you could merge votations 5, 6, and 7 as 3 contradicting proposals, because I think none of them can. They are contradictive.
So all 5, 6, and 7 in votation 5, one against the other.
Exactly. And the last sentence of the votation 7 makes no more sense. Oof.
Miklos, is it okay like that in the pad now?
Done. So we have 5 votations.
Yeah. In the last one, it is not like the formatting in the wiki could be confusing. So please, that are 3 different alternatives.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry.
I have been once to vote on budget in Parliament, and I think there was like 300 amendments, so we are still quite like surviving in a way.
Yeah, but you are talking about billions of euros.
Yeah, we are not talking about billions of euros. We are talking about like thousands of euros, which is still better. We can start the discussion again.
Last question before we start.
Yeah.
Votation number 3. If I look into the current given proposal 2021, votation number 3 seems to be oblivious because it's already done.
Yeah, there were no objections to that proposal, so I took that as an adopted. So, is there anyone objecting this procedure, or otherwise we will strike out the votation number 3 and we will just have 4 of them? Bastian, please speak.
Yes, I think that the motion votation 4 is affecting the votation 5 also. So you can't handle it separately.
Do you think that the group of motions will be kind of like contradictive with each other?
I'll put it simple, Thomas. Well, votation number 4 in general contradicts votation number 5 in general. So so I believe we need to decide which one we go first, for example, or which we prefer, which would be either votation number 4 or votation number 5. He's got counter proposals as well.
My understanding would be that should the votation or in the votation number 4 be adopted something regarding how the budget will be approved, then it kind of like affects the setup. However, it does not really define when exactly the budget will be approved.
I'd like to put it different. Votation number 4 goes about we accept it somehow today. Votation number 5 goes for let it delay for whatever time, either by discussion or having another meeting, etc.
There is an opportunity within the votation number 5 to adopt it today. However, I would interpret the votation number 4 in the way, if we adopt it, it will be adopted under such conditions.
Proposal, maybe we should just ask if we want to vote on it today or whenever. And if we don't want to vote on it today, then everything is done. And if we do want to vote on it today, then we have these several options.
I mean, if you don't want to vote on it today, then you can in the last vote refuse the budget and prefer support some of the options to postpone it.
Yeah, but I have to decline all of the options in 4 beforehand.
No. The idea of procedure is that you go to the votation number 1, where you can amend the proposal from the board. Then you go to the votation number 2, then where you can amend the proposal from the board. Then votation 3 is striked out, and you go to votation number 4, where you can approve some conditions for the proposal as it is. And then you go to the votation number 5, where you have either the opportunity to adopt it today or postpone it for later on.
If votation number 4 is adopted, it's done.
That's why it stands against votation number 5, which goes mainly first with delaying the process. That's, I believe, the proposal from Roland is exactly the one we should go. Vote against votation 4, against votation number 5 first, in his words.
So you mean that we should take all the motions that are under votation 4 and number votation 5 under votation 5 and put them to one single big vote where there will be 5 alternatives?
So going for preferral, which preferred vote first, which will be most of the time the one we would go accept as it is often done. So that's why votation number 4, for example, decided on it against votation number 5. So to say a ranking.
So
votation counter proposal number 2 is against votation number 4 and counter proposal number 4. So these need to be in one votation. And votation number 4 and 5 is then either we decide today or we decide tomorrow or whenever.
I see. So should the votation number 5 predecess the votation 4?
Can I rearrange, or is somebody else doing it?
I'm not sure. Is anyone working currently on the wiki?
Yes, me, if I understand what I have to do, because now I just drop it out votation number 3.
Okay, so Thomas, you want to have another, let's say, straw poll between Or what was your idea how to merge the votation 4 and votation 5?
In fact, it's a straw poll. Which we prefer would be votation number 4 to be decided against votation number 5. Which do we prefer?
And why can't we just take all the options that are under those two motions and put them together in one big vote?
Will be too complicated. Too many things at once. And that's why I generalize it on the way decide today as a main aspect against discuss about voting on it later.
Okay, so then probably makes sense to do it that way. So we will remove the last, or we should probably remove the last option in votation 5 and put it into votation 4.
Yes, sir. That now are being renamed the votation 3 and votation 4.
Yes.
Done.
Well, that's not that way because we will need to have a decision in before. I mean, could you keep it as votation? Oh shit! I have not my login into Wiki. Votation 3. Okay, good. It can work that way as it is. So we can do first votation number 1, take its outcome. Then votation number 2, take its outcome. Then votation number 3, take its outcome, and take votation number 4. Should the votation number 3 will not provide any outcome. I mean, should there be in the votation 3 approved the budget, then it probably the votation number 4 falls out.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because you need to vote down everything in votation number 3 in order to get to votation number 4. Why can't we just decide if we decide today or tomorrow? This is like the dumbest, easiest thing to do.
Oh, so you want to decide on votation 4 first?
You either decide on votation number 3 or on votation number 4. You do not decide on both. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, good. Yeah, my idea was that this decision would be included in the votation 3, but not necessarily. Okay, Alessandro, may I ask you for following? Could you please renumber 3 and 4 to 4 and 5 and include 3, which will work as an alternatives, 4 files or 5 files?
Bingo, thank you.
As I'm raising the hand, may I?
Yeah, sorry, I was not watching the.
No props, no props. As we're changing now the votations, the line of votations, what I would insist, please, if we're going to delay until tomorrow, as Austrian pirates are proposing, we shouldn't have any discussion tomorrow on before the votation and make a clear votation. If not, we're going clearly out of our timetable, as tomorrow there is the whole board to vote and the Code of Conduct Council. We should, if we do so, perhaps look if we can get consensus further on after the council meeting.
I mean, it's pretty legitimate to vote for this time frame of December 21st. That's also an option.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Nicholas. My fear is a little bit. We waited now quite a lot of time, and everybody here in the meeting knows now what we are talking about. So going out, having inverted that time with, oh, we will delay it to tomorrow, and tomorrow starting once again with the same. Sorry, so much wine I do not possess.
Yay, of course. I mean, like we should have in between a discussion about how to solve it. If we will not be able to find a consensus in between, then probably we will not reach it tomorrow. But I believe then meanwhile we can talk asynchronously how to solve the situation if it will not be possible to. We will have to have some at least bilateral talks or something like that.
Sorry, is the wiki fine?
I think the wiki is fine and we can go to the votations.
Great. To vote today on, sorry, because I say, please ask if to vote or today or to.
Okay, so I hope everyone is.
Sorry, Miklos, there is something from Roland. Please ask if or later on votation 3.
Sorry.
Look at the Jitsi.
Please ask if to vote today or later on votations 3.
It's very simple. Don't vote on a negative. Vote if you want to vote today, or vote if you want to vote later. That's a simple question. Don't ask if to not do something.
Yeah. Could you please add this explanation to the respective lines, Alessandro?
Yes. So votation number 3, I have to add. Do you want to? Do we want to vote today, right? Or today or today, right? Is a yes or no?
Exactly. Or later, which is the alternative.
Yeah, but probably it should be still explicitly stated that some of the votations falls.
Do you want to vote today? 3 false, 5 false. 4 false, 5 false. Shit. Okay.
Do you want to vote for today?
The other way around. If you want to vote today, then votation 5 falls. If you want to vote later, votation 4 falls.
Yep.
So, do you want to vote today? 5 false.
Yes.
It should probably not be as a question. It should be a statement like let's vote today or let's vote later.
Okay, you want to vote tomorrow? 4 false. Okay.
Let's vote. Yeah, it's either vote today or postpone.
Okay.
Okay, I guess here we are, and now it's the wiki in the way that should be consensual and fair to everyone to include all these all the angles. So I believe we can begin. Yeah, I see.
Yes.
I see this wonderful smiley in the Jitsi chat. So Veronica, I hope you are ready for taking the minutes, and we can go for votation number 1, which is a question of GDPR. There are proposals for Thomas Gohl and from David Wagner. The one from Thomas is to decrease GDPR to 500. The one from David is to strike out GDPR completely. So we will first vote which of those proposals we do prefer. So I would like to ask all the members to say in the first round either whether they prefer the first one, the one of Thomas, or the second one, the one of David. So now I am asking Pirate Party of Austria, which of the proposals you prefer?
Second, David.
Pirate Party of Czechia.
Second, David, 6 votes.
Pirate Party of France. Pirate Party of France. Which of the proposals you do prefer?
Sorry, could you repeat which exact votation we are at?
We are in the votation number 1, and we are deciding which of the proposals is more preferred, so that we can decide whether to adopt it. So now we are deciding which one we prefer, whether the one to decrease to 500 or strike it out completely.
We will abstain from this one.
Pirate Party of France is abstaining. Pirate Party of Germany.
1.
Pirate Party of Iceland. Iceland.
Yes, hello. We would like to abstain from this.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Italy too will abstain.
Pirate Party of Netherlands.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Was it abstain from the issue?
Yeah, that was abstain, if I'm not mistaken.
Netherlands goes for option 1.
Pirate Party of Norway.
Also abstain.
Catalonia.
Catalonia 1.
Sweden. Pirate Party of Sweden. Any specific opinion about that?
I guess it's complicated for Sweden. We lost Sweden.
Okay, so far not vote from yet. Pirate Party of Slovenia.
Number 1.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Number 2.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes, number 2, David's proposal.
Members of the European Parliament, number 2. Okay, so could you please clarify which of the options is more preferred?
The option to gain the most votes.
Okay, so now let's decide on whether we adopt the option to strike it out. So I would go back from Pirate Party of Austria. Do you want to strike out GDPR?
Yes.
Pirate Party of
Sorry, Nicholas, we are now voting on number 2, right?
No, we have chosen in votation 1,
okay.
we have chosen the preferred alternative, and now we need to clarify whether we want to go for that preferred alternative. So, Pirate Party Austria is in favor of striking out GDPR. Pirate Party of Czechia.
In favor.
Pirate Party of France.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. 3 votes for no.
Okay. Pirate Party of Italy.
In favor.
Pirate Party of Netherlands.
No.
Pirate Party of Norway.
That's a no from Norway as well.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
It's a yes. In
Pirate
favor.
Party of Sweden. Pirate Party of Sweden, again, probably not participating in the meeting. Pirate Party of Slovenia.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Abstain.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes in favor.
MEPs in favor. 2 votes. May I ask what is the outcome?
Yes, the motion was adopted. 16 to 5 to 2.
Okay, so the motion was adopted. So we are striking out from the board's proposal the money supposed for GDPR consultancy. Now we go to the votation number 2, which comes from Farik, and that's to reduce the budget line motion 4 from 3,000 to 1,500. We have only one single option, so we are voting whether to adopt it or not. So by saying yes, you are in favor of reducing from 3,000 to 1,500. I hope it is clear. And I'm asking Pirate Party of Austria, are you in favor of reducing from 3,000 to 1,500?
Yes.
Pirate Party of Czechia.
Yes, in favor.
Pirate Party of France. Pirate Party of France.
We will. Sorry, could you repeat that one again?
The proposal is to reduce the budget line corresponding to motion 4 from
Right.
3,000 euro to 1,500.
Okay, yeah, we will abstain on this one as well.
Okay. Pirate Party of Germany.
Yes.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
Yes, in favor.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Yes, for Italy.
Pirate Party of Netherlands.
Yes, in favor.
Pirate Party of Norway.
Yes, in favor.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Against. No.
Pirate Party of Sweden. Okay, Pirate Party of Sweden is probably still not present.
Yeah.
So we go to Pirate Party of Slovenia.
Yes, in favor.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Yes, in favor.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes abstain.
MEPs 2 votes in favor.
So the motion was adopted 20 to 1 to 2.
20 to 1.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That means
Maybe
that
sorry, Miklos, maybe I misunderstood. It was 19-1 to 3, but it's the same result.
sorry. Sorry for that.
Alexander, is it then is it incorrect in the table, in the voting list table, because I'm taking it from there?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay. Now we want to, or now we are heading to the votation 3, which will decide whether we will decide on the proposal today or we will postpone the decision. So there are options. Do you want to vote today or do you want to vote later? And this will decide which votations, whether 4 or 5, will be intact. I have to admit there should not be tomorrow because one of the proposals is talking for even later time. So, Pirate Party of Austria, today or later?
Right now.
Great. Pirate Party of Czechia.
In favor, sorry.
Which means today or later?
Sorry, I thought we are at the votation 3.
Yep.
Today, please.
Pirate Party of France.
We would like to delay the vote.
Later. Pirate Party of Germany.
Today.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
Later.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Later.
Pirate Party of Netherlands.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Norway.
Later.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Sweden. Okay, Swedes are again not present. Pirate Party of Slovenia.
Today.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
Later.
Young Pirates of Europe.
Today.
MEPs today. 2 votes.
So we vote today. The more preferred option is option 1. 14.
Okay. Which means the votation number 5 falls, and we are heading now to votation number 4, where there are 3 alternative proposals. There is one from Bastian to adopt the budget as provisional until the next council meeting. Then there is one from Austrian Pirates that council agrees on provisional budget given within the current 2021 budget proposal. Amounts can be spent proportionally to the months past. The budget will be amended at the next council meeting. A work group is formed to craft a new budget proposal. And then the last option is adopt the proposal from the board as amended. As there are 3 options, I would like to go for the following procedure. You can name as many alternatives as possible. I mean, A, B, and C, or also A and B, or also B and C, or also NC, or any other subset you prefer. And we will take as the result the most preferred alternative, and we will vote against on that alternative whether to adopt it or not. Is the procedure clear? There are no objections, so I will ask Pirate Party of Austria, which of the proposed alternative, A, B, and C, you are in favor of?
You can give more options, right?
You can give more. You can even say all of them.
Okay, abstain, yes, no.
Please name only those you are supporting. We are trying to find the most preferred alternative.
Am I fucking it up right now? You said I can give different options.
Yeah, but we need to, because otherwise we will driving mad. There are A, B, C, or 1, 2, 3 as you prefer. You have to say only. You have to name only those you are in favor.
Then B.
B, great.
Pirate Party of Czechia.
C.
Pirate Party of France.
We vote no.
You please. We are trying to find out the most preferred alternative, which means A, B, or C.
No one, right?
In this
None
case,
of them.
In this case, we will just abstain.
Okay, no one.
I see. Pirate Party of Germany.
A.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
B.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Netherlands.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Norway.
B.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
We're in favor for C.
Pirate Party of Sweden. Okay, Sweden is not present still. So Pirate Party of Slovenia.
C.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
B.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes C.
MEPs, 2 votes A.
Okay.
May I ask what is the most preferred alternative?
Alternative C is the most preferred with 10 votes, B 5 votes, A 4 votes.
I see. Okay then. So we are going now to the final vote to decide whether we take this option, which means adopt a proposal from the board as amended, or whether to refuse this particular decision. So you can be either in favor or against or abstain. I hope the procedure is clear. We'll just check whether there are some objections. And we are going to the final vote. So Pirate Party of Austria, are you in favor, against, or abstaining?
Against.
Pirate Party of Czechia.
No, sorry, I didn't get the vote. Sorry.
Yeah, could we please repeat and write down very clearly? Are we voting about the whole current budget proposal now?
We are now voting about the whole current proposal as it is amended, either to adopt it or refuse it.
Great, because that's quite important thing. Yes, in favor.
Pirate Party of France.
Sorry, I missed the first vote. Sorry.
Pirate Party of Austria, please could you repeat your vote?
1 vote against.
Thank you.
Okay. Pirate Party of Czechia was
In favor.
In favor.
favor.
In favor, yeah.
Pirate Party of France.
France is against.
Pirate Party of Germany.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Iceland.
Against.
Pirate Party of Italy.
Against.
Pirate Party of Netherlands.
In favor.
Pirate Party of Norway.
Against.
Pirate Party of Catalonia.
Abstain.
Pirate Party of Sweden. Okay, so Sweden is still not present. So Pirate Party of Slovenia.
In favor.
Pirate Party of Slovakia.
In favor.
Young Pirates of Europe.
2 votes in favor.
MEPs, 2 votes in favor. May I ask what is the outcome?
Yes, the motion was adopted 13 to 3 to 6.
Okay, that's probably not really perfect, but it looks that we have a budget. Thank you very much for surviving this whole procedure, and I hope we will do better in the next year. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow, I would say. And anyone who is willing to stay for a beer or discussion, it's open.
There was a clear call from Flory to pass on a message.
I'm sorry, I probably missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked it sorry, I asked it in private message, and I asked it too in the chat. I wanted to read something from Octavia, who is not here today, and she writes something. She published this. May I can read it? You okay?
I think I'm fine with that.
Okay. So it's a public statement. A culture of harassment stifles participatory, inclusive politics. Today is my last day and final day after 3 years as a representative of the European Pirate Party. I have had the honor of serving as your chairperson, your vice chairperson, as well as a regular board member. In that time, I have taken part and led many of the fundamental changes of the European Pirate Party, including the registration in Luxembourg, the edition of the Code of Conduct Council, and uplifting and leading productive activity. Of course, I did none of that alone, and I thank my peers, my pirates from all over Europe, for a wonderful time. As I mentioned, I led the work to add a code of conduct Code of Conduct Council to the PPU, and that is for a reason. A healthy, growing, and influential political movement needs to be inclusive and diverse, welcoming and safe for everyone. A Code of Conduct Council can be instrumental in assisting our movements in a positive direction. Thus, it is terribly difficult for me to write that I have to excuse myself from the council meeting this weekend and miss the chance to thank you in online person. After confirming with the chairperson of PPU, I am unfortunately not able to attend the council meeting as it will not be a safe space. As a chairperson, I was harassed and had to take steps to report that to an executive board of a council member. As anyone who has been harassed knows, it is not easy. It is no easy things to do. Subsequently, we found a way forward. However, it was not without difficulties. My harasser is known for harassing behavior. My harasser is a delegate member present at the 7th council meeting. I have no choice but to excuse myself from the council meeting. As an organization, we need to do better and take codes of conduct seriously. There are cases all around in regards to people that do not understand boundaries and consent with terrible consequences. The case of former MEP Julia Reda and her assistant Gilles Bordelais, of course, being both grave and damning. I would like to again thank Julia Reda and her honest and open handling of what was an extremely difficult situation. A culture accepting of harassment and abuse is detrimental to the politics of the future, the exact politics that we collectively as parade parties wish to implement. We can and should do much better. We should lead by example. We should elect leaders that lead by example. As saddened, I am for not partaking in the council meeting this weekend as it is not safe. I want to make it absolutely clear that this is not about me nor my harasser. It is about a culture that is sustained by the many, by those who make excuses, and by those that stay silent. This is an opportunity to do better, to progress, to change, to embrace the future with all of us in it. Harassment is keeping people from participation, especially women and non-binary, and away from our parties and movement, and it is silencing participation. It affects all of us. This is an opportunity, good parade people. I urge all of us in every parade movement, and especially the board I'm leaving, the board that will take over and the council members of PPU to take harassment and abuse seriously. It is not a personal issue. It is fundamentally abusive culture facilitated by the community and instigated by the few. Trust people that come forward, stop the strawman arguments, the gaslighting and other known bullying tactics. Address however difficult and lead through it. And about the COC Council, make it better. Take word of action, each and every one of us, lead with kindness, leave passive aggression, and model the behavior we want for a diverse and inclusive participation. Last but not least, this is not the end, but a rocky start of a continued journey. I am adamant and full of fierce conviction that we can lead culture and politics into safer, more diverse and inclusive spaces. I will not be a parrot if I didn't stand up for myself and my well-being and sincerely my principle. So I will see you soon. Take care of yourself and each other. She sent a heart. And yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you for reading. Sorry.
I think so. Not being present, this is a nice opportunity to say thank to Octavia, who did a lot for this movement and for this organization. And keep it in mind that we are grateful for what she did and hope that we will be able to work together in future.
I put a big white place in the discussion. I'm sorry for that, but I think it was important to pass the message. We are still in online. May I close the streaming, or do you want to continue, pursue?
I think we have officially deplanted all the points that were scheduled for today, and we were quite late on the actual schedule, which means the meeting is closed for today.
I just want to remind people of the channel called Archidons 40 and 2020. I will be opening up a room later, and I'll post the link in there. And I just hope that lots of people will post, some rooms, because then we can